This week's episode of All Wings Considered is brought to you by brain implants.
Brain and brain! What is brain?
You'll never have to wonder again, thanks to brain implants. Now, here's Ben and Jason.
Hey everybody, welcome to another exciting episode of All Wings Considered, the only internet web show for the stuff we do.
Wing Commander.
Wing Commander, that's right, that's the thing I like.
That's the word that we use here. How are you?
I am good. We are back after a little break for Thanksgiving, family time, etc.
Holidays?
Yeah, I guess we should have thought before we started scheduling these on Thursdays that we wouldn't be able to do it on Thanksgiving.
That's true.
How the hell are you?
I'm pretty good. Yourself?
Not too bad. Had a good week.
Same, yeah. Thanksgiving was good. I I left the day that they got 2 feet of snow up there, so life has been good.
All right. You didn't run into any trouble coming back, or?
No, that was an 11-hour drive. That was a very unpleasant thing. So that was kind of like the drive I just, did the one I talked about as I walked in your door earlier. So, yes. Other than that, though, it was fantastic, but the driving part sucked, yes.
Well, I had a great
How
holiday.
was yours?
Allie and her mom made a great big Italian feast, and we hosted my mom, my sister, my grandma. It was a good time. All very calm, none of those movie-style Thanksgiving culture war battles.
Yeah, we had a fairly peaceful time as well. There was no overt combat activities.
I just noticed that your lower third is mixed up with Allie. There you go.
Oh, no. Well, that just, I guess, makes up for that one time you called her me instead of her, so it all balances out in the end.
One time that you know of.
That's disturbing. Very disturbing. Moving along. What else have you been up to?
Nothing much. Caught up on movies. My sister and I went to see Frozen 2 with every 11-year-old girl in the world.
Congratulations.
That was something. I saw the Mr. Rogers movie, which was weirdly dark. Just normal Ben stuff. And of course, I did some Wing Commander stuff that we'll talk about in a minute. But
for the next 2.5 hours.
Let's talk about our show today. What do we have today? What are we doing here?
We have some double gameplay. We have 3DO. Your
Wing Commander 3 for the 3DO. If folks can remember, 2 weeks ago we did the Ariel and Delius systems on the PC version. Now we're going to check them out on the 3DO. What does that asteroid base look like on the 3DO? And in fact, I was so excited to find out that I played ahead and.
We just wanted to make sure it was there.
Yeah, is there going to be a payoff? There is a payoff.
Yes.
And we've got Righteous Fire.
Yep.
We're going to be
continuing our journey through it, one fixer at a time.
Yep, we're moving on to Taylor, who is in the Sherwood system, and then we have our usual selection of oddities and collectibles to talk about. Yes, treats from around the world. Yeah.
Around the Confederation. There really should be a better segue for that. Yes.
Speaking of segues, here's the Afterburner slideshow.
I was going to say, look at our giant heads, if that's our first story.
In fact, our first story was a follow-up from last week, from 2 weeks ago.
It's okay. We won't break the space-time continuum if somebody says, you know how we decide how the universe happened? By All Wings Considered's timeline.
No, I mean, have you ever met a Wing Commander fan who's trying to make a timeline? Someday there's going to be people making a human society timeline based on
that's what I'm saying.
Dumb stuff like this.
And they're going to realize that we messed up.
A lot. We messed up a lot. Things really just agreeing to do this for 33 weeks was messing up.
And they'll never know it really took place over 100 years.
Each one was 1 year. Each episode of this is 1 year of our lives.
So we're on episode 33. 33. Congratulations.
It's actually younger than we are.
Yes.
We'll get there one day.
What's the follow-up?
Thrilling excitement follow-up from last week was...
And you did?
Darn it!
So it happened
I had a glass of wine before the show.
It was in the past. It was in the past.
In the past, we were talking about Privateer and the discovery that the Righteous Fire introduction was originally intended as a bankruptcy flick in the original Privateer and was cut. And we said, well, what happens if you actually do go bankrupt in Privateer? And the answer, which in retrospect we could have figured out at the time, is it's impossible. You cannot lose all your money in Privateer because it stops charging you the 50 credits if you don't have them. So you can get to 0 credits and take off and land, and you're still at 0. So there's never a point where you go below 0.
Okay.
So nothing. And
that big reveal. Yes, you will always make it.
That must be the kind of thing that was amazing to figure out from the game design perspective, because here you had this video that must have been, 200 kilobytes that was going to add another disc to the game. Like, wait a minute. What if we just don't let you go bankrupt? Our materials budget gets much better.
Yeah.
So
that's interesting. Yeah. What a weird choice to That's funny because you always worry about that playing the game, but I don't feel like I ever actually went bankrupt before I did go bankrupt. I'd be like, well, I clearly have to just load a save. Like, I can't allow this to happen. Like, that's not happening. I feel like that would be the choice I would hope most of us made. That's what I made.
Yes. Other follow-up from last week. There's a segue.
I like how there's an afterburner with it was just space was floating through.
That's always there.
I know, but there was nothing filling it that time, that's all.
Oh, yeah, that was you use your imagination.
You're drifting endlessly through the void, bankrupt. In Privateer, what happens?
Last week we had mentioned we were playing a PC version of Privateer and we found a bug. PC version of Wing Commander 3, we found a bug, which was that in both the Delius and the Caliban system, the video where you talk to Maniac in the gunnery room was him saying, "Oh, now we're in an asteroid belt." And I knew that there were 2 different versions of that, or at least I thought I knew, and I was going to check and see, is there a different one that's supposed to play in the Caliban system?
Yep.
There is. I'm going to play them right now, and then later we'll check out the 3DO version to see if they fix this bug. But here's the Nebula version that apparently does not play properly in the PC version. This is both of them. So you'll see the Nebula, and then you'll see the asteroid belt.
Oh, well, completeness.
Well, ain't we the lucky ones? Just jump from one nebula to another. Seems we've just signed on to the whole Galactic Nebula tour package. Ain't we the lucky ones? First a nebula, now an asteroid belt. I mean, we seem to be flying into one damn obstacle course after another.
And that was that. The most interesting thing I figured out while cutting that together was that they're not literally the same. There's different camera cuts in the different versions of the cutscenes. So, like, for instance, I think it was in the first one, we stayed on a wide of Maniac, and the second one, part of the conversation closes on a Blair. So, it's not cookie cutter. Every scene is exactly equivalent to every other scene, and we're going to see a little bit of that when we talk about PlayStation version just a little bit. But that interested me, seeing some how much actual traditional film editing is involved in something like Wing Commander 3 that you don't think about, because in your head it's talking heads like the.
I have a question.
2. Yeah.
Did you check to see, would that be something that maybe would have been fixed or even approached in Kilrathi Saga?
I have not checked, but my understanding of Kilrathi Saga is they did not do a good job of fixing many of those outstanding bugs. Because there's a whole lot of stuff that really should have been fixed in Kilrathi Saga, and stuff that was fixed in the console version and was not. Okay. But we can truly check that.
I was just curious.
Let's mark that on our to-do list.
I was just curious because I was wondering what because there are a ton of bugs in that, but I wasn't sure what they did and did not do.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been cool if Kilrathi Saga had actually been another 3 months of development for Wing Commander 3, because there's all sorts of little things they could fix. And they did fix it in the 3DO version. But first, I will share the little obsession I had over the break, which was coming out of last week's episode. We did a.
Just so you know, you've given up even attempting to try to say it was 2 weeks ago. You're just
I gave up entirely. I mean, that's the new, me experience.
The new Space-Time Continuum says we have not missed a week of. We've never missed a show.
No, ever. It was all linear. The entire. It was the last 33 weeks were all linear.
Yes. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, my friend.
So last episode, we did a thrill
there you
piece.
Go. That's better.
Where we extracted all the heads and shoulders from Privateer and showed them.
Hey.
And
there's a little of this sometimes.
Yeah, so we're going to see a little more of that. So I figured instead of just showing it on the show, let me do the responsible archivist thing and put it in the Wikipedia, the Wing Commanderpedia, Wikipedia. And I did, and I was like, you know, we have a collection of some of these heads from the old games in the CIC. We call it the Head Museum, and they're kind of grody in 2019. They were like doubled in pixel to make them big for old web. And I was like, well, why don't I go through and I'll extract pixel perfect versions of the different heads from Wing Commander 1 and 2. How hard can it be? And it kind of snowballed from there. I ended up learning how you make the heads from Wing Commander 2 and how, the 7 pieces you put together and how to get them together. And I ended up doing, instead of just each face, I did every possible outfit from Wing Commander 2. I did everything in Wing Commander 1. And then I was like, I should do the VDUs. So I did all the VDUs from Wing Commander 1 and Wing Commander 2. I was like, Privateer 2 has static VDUs too. I should extract those. And but the Privateer 2 CCN booth system has color versions of the wingmen. I should figure those out. So snowballed, and now we have a giant head museum. And
a lot of heads.
I'm starting now to add the different console ports of Wing Commander 1. We've got the SNES one, because those ones are sometimes radically different. And I'm working on the Sega CD, and then we'll do the Amiga, the 32 color ones, and then if I'm a crazy idiot, I will go on and do the EGA versions of Wing Commander 1 and 2, and it's just going to be an exciting collection of information. But I figured I'd walk you through the website now using OBS's amazing web sharing feature.
Technology.
Okay, here is the Wikipedia. And I have an interact button. There we go. Okay. So here's Wing Commander 1. These are the traditional Wing Commander 1 heads from the VGA version. These
Looks
are
like it's going good.
Essentially the source versions of everything. And, it's like looking at your friends.
It's everyone you know and love. And one or two you might hate. At least, definitely.
Certainly you hate Jazz.
Yes.
And don't you love how Jazz and Doomsday just stick out because they're definitely different artists. Anyway, here are the variants from Wing Commander 1, the PC version. Colonel Halcyon and Shot Glass, but then the variants. Blair saluting, Halcyon saluting, Halcyon not saluting at your funeral, Halcyon saluting at... Halcyon salutes at your funeral, he does not salute at other funerals. Blair only salutes at a wingman's funeral, so those are all there. Then I've got the VDUs. Surprisingly few VDUs in the original Wing Commander. There's one Kilrathi, and from that one Kilrathi, we kind of built this empire in our heads. But you see one cat face in the game.
One cat face.
One cat face.
You son of a bitch.
Eagle-eyed VDU viewers, I'm sure have noticed this before, but Maniac and... this is another one they should have fixed in Kilrathi Saga and did not. But Maniac and Hunter have the wrong call signs because they were named Joker and Dart, respectively, up until late in the process, and they didn't change the graphic. So that's how they were in the original Wing Commander. Then I also figured, why don't I include the concept art? These are the images that appeared in Kilrathi in the claw marks, which were repurposed from the concept art that was used to generate these guys. So I thought it'd be cool to have those next to each other. These are the specific digital scans that Origin did when they were cutting together the Kilrathi Saga manual. So they're really high quality and they're canon. This is all canon.
All over the place.
Then I have the Super Famicom. That's the Japanese Super Nintendo version of the heads, which were redrawn for the manual in kind of a manga style. And you can see them on color. And the Kilrathi Aces, like who knew what color Dakath Deathstroke was? You do now.
Yes, we do. All of us do.
And again, there's no distinct Ace VDUs. They all just look like the same Kilrathi in the game. And here are the Super Nintendo heads, which you can see reduced color palette, and in the case of Hunter, there's some good old Nintendo censorship. It's not censorship. It's not censorship when it's just a company. I don't want to be an internet person, but Nintendo had content rules for the Super Nintendo at that point. This was all pre-Conquer, and so Hunter could not have a cigar, so he looks weird without it.
His face looks really strange.
Well, all the faces look a little bit strange. I'll explain.
Well, I know that part, but I mean, his face just looks like
it's like something's missing.
Yeah, it's like he's missing a part. Like you roughly cut out something.
And Angel is missing her earrings. That's probably not a content cut. It's more because they did not fit with the color palette, the bright blue earrings, and you were limited to it's something like 16 colors in the heads and in that graphic mode.
The good old days. I remember on a Max having to switch between 16 to 56.
And they all look thin because the Super Nintendo outputted a perfect square image, and your average 4:3 TV would stretch it. So this is the raw source image, and they would have, as you were interacting with the game, it kind of bleh.
TV'd it. 4:3'd it.
You'll also note that they saved, and again, this was because you had like 8 megabits, not megabytes, on a cartridge, and they had to cut graphics wherever they could. So they removed the salute arm for the space stations. In the medal ceremony salutes are there, but the space suits, not stations, you don't salute at the funeral. You just stare.
You kind of inconsiderate prick.
And most interestingly, from this version, I found out that they did fix the helmets. Mindscape thought to fix the helmets of Dart and Joker. So they actually do read Maniac and Hunter.
That's good.
And spoiler warning for the next one of these we do, they're also fixed in the Sega CD version. So,
oh, man.
Again, this is the thing where
You ruined the
they
big
should have
reveal,
gone to
dude.
Kilrathi Saga.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
That'd be an interesting thing to explore maybe one day. Well, that's really just kind of being mean, I guess. What bugs are left in Kilrathi? How crappy of a job did you guys do updating Kilrathi Saga? Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Nobody knew what DirectX was. I mean, it's amazing Kilrathi Saga runs it all.
That's true. It was a fantastic time, though, when it came out. It really was a fantastic Christmas for me. And the manual's great.
It was a terrible time for me. I was having eye surgery, but I got Kilrathi Saga the day before. It was a bad time.
Yes, no, yeah, the story.
You told that story, yeah.
Multiple episodes.
Hey, I have 7 stories. We're on episode 33.
And there's only 33 episodes, so I've told each of them 6 times. All right, moving along, my friend. What we got?
Excuse me.
Besides losing yourself.
Here are the Wing Commander 2 heads.
All right.
And unlike Wing Commander 1, which stores all the heads in one file with their uniforms, Wing Commander 2 has a file for each character to make it more modular.
Sure.
And each character has a head and then the outfits they can use in the game. And sometimes that'll be... Like Major Edmonds doesn't wear any other outfits, so she just has one uniform. Uh-huh. Other times, like Blair has 5 or 6 different outfits he can wear, depending on the scene.
Fancy Blair.
So we'll scroll through all those in a second. And Blair, he has outfit as a captain, as a colonel. He has the dress uniform, and so on and so on. The other interesting thing about the Wing Commander 2... There's many interesting things about the Wing Commander 2 heads, but one interesting thing about the Wing Commander 2 heads is that they are intended to be mirrored. You can see Wing Commander 1 heads are all straight on, because every conversation is basically you talking to one other person.
Sure.
Occasionally there'll be another wingman, but it's always talking directly to you. Wing Commander 2 wanted to do more of a cinematic look, so everyone is slightly angled at one another, so you could have these big group conversations. And all of these outfits are designed to be mirrored. So if you want Blair to look that way, he looks that way, or he can look that way, and it uses the same graphic as that. The game just says, mirror this.
Sure. So that way you feel like everybody's leaning in to talk to each other.
Yeah, so it gives you sort of a direction to the cutscenes. And somebody pointed this out on Twitter. I had not noticed. None of the other Talking Head games do this. Privateer is, again, straight on, because every conversation is between you and a fixer. It's almost exclusively 2 characters.
Yeah, even when Miggs is there,
even when Miggs, it's to threaten you.
Yeah, and he switches screens and things.
But also, like Strike Commander, which was supposed to be this giant cinematic game, it's still always you and a wingman or you and a fixer, so it's straight on. So this is a uniquely Wing Commander 2 thing. Wings of Glory is the same, Pacific Strike is the same, straight on everywhere.
Easy, buddy, easy. We're not that type of show.
We'll talk about those other games. So here are the flight suits.
Which are always such interesting Wing Commander 2's choice of flight suit, regalia, objects. I don't really know what the backpack's for.
Yeah, the most interesting thing I noticed about these was that Blair's flight suit changes when this special operations when he becomes a colonel. His suspenders change color.
Interesting.
So maybe one is the NCIS suspenders and the other is the Navy ones.
Well, yeah, maybe no. You know what? Maybe it's just a uniform because I see all the special operations ones get the greens, right?
Yeah,
or a lot of them.
Yeah, almost all of them have greens, except occasionally you gotta.
No, but are those all the Wing Commander like C?
Yeah.
Even Drakath gets green. Oh, yeah. Well, maybe they just changed the uniform update for 2666. Hey, by the way, now it's green instead of blue.
The other odd thing about these guys is, and this drove me nuts for about 48 hours, is that Shadow and Spirit, their hair is stored in a different part of the game because they have larger hair than they have a back part to their head.
Why'd you look right at me when you said that? Huh?
They have the opposite of this amount of hair.
That's weird.
But yes, Shadow has a back chunk to her hair, and Spirit has a bun.
Really? That's that's more than even the. I guess those are the special operations ladies.
And it turns out the reason for that is because a lot of these, they need to sometimes have a helmet placed over it. Okay. And if the large hair were part of this image, it would stick out behind the helmet.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, there are all sorts of little tiny points where hair does stick out past the helmets, and when you're putting them all together, you notice it, which is interesting. But I did finally find their hair.
Let's not ruin that for everybody. We don't want to make everybody not able to ever unsee that.
And I won't point those out. Yeah. But look for them for a fun game. These are the random background pilots on the Concordia.
All those porn stars. At least 3 solid those.
And then here are the ones who appear with helmets. And I learned, and this is useful information to no one, there are 3 different types of helmets. There's a straight-on helmet that most of the characters have. There's one that's slightly askew that I think like Hunter and Maniac have. Uh-huh. And then there's a big fat helmet for Hobbs. But there's one particular file of the game that just has those 3 helmets and then the hair for those 2 ladies.
Hey, ladies.
I thought it was really cool seeing all the helmeted guys together because they appear so... You see Blair in a helmet all the time in debriefings, but it's pretty rare that you see his wingmen. Usually you'll see them on the little VDU instead of cutting to their fighter. But I did go through the game and figure out which ones appeared that way, so this should be an accurate... These are the 9 pilots who get that.
Interesting.
Here are the dress uniforms... Okay. Here's kind of the weird ones. As cool as Angel's alien-style spacesuit is, she's the only one who ever wears it, which I thought was interesting. Here are the Kilrathi. And here are... This is the bottom layer, which you can see... They actually look totally different when it's just a sculpted head. Sometimes there are shoulders in there, sometimes there aren't. There's that weird bug in Special Operations 1 where Major Edmund seems to be nude because her outfit doesn't render over it, and that's why she's got shoulders in her file.
This is it, huh?
If that had happened to Blair, you would have just seen a floating head. But I thought these were so cool to see for the most part, more the ones without shoulders, because they're very lovingly drawn portraits that don't exactly match the uniforms. The uniforms kind of hunch them up, but they're like classical busts otherwise in a lot of cases, especially, and you can really see the celebrities that many of them are based on. You can see Hobbs's Ruff for the first time. Like Shadow, that would make an amazing tattoo. She looks like the evil tattoo from the X-File. I thought this was really neat. Here's a weird one. See these 4 that seem to match these guys up here? Mm-hmm. That is because these particular outfits are not able to be mirrored because Tallwan has his rack of ribbons, as do the dress uniforms for Blair and Jazz, and Spirit's the way that her kimono folds over, it's to one side rather than the other. So each of those versions have 2 art files stored, which now that's attention to detail.
There you go.
Bothering to have the second kimono for Spirit so it never looks wrong. That is a Chris Roberts level of immersion.
Interesting.
And I have a couple of cut things too. That's Blair from the back of the box when they were originally going to use young Blair, because one of the Wing Commander 2 starts immediately after Wing Commander 1. He should look like young Blair in his conversation with Tallwan, but he's already, to save space, they did not include a young head. But they had that idea included at one point, and in fact it made it to one of the PR screenshots that shows up on the back of the Deluxe Edition box. So that's a nice scan of the Deluxe Edition box screenshot. Oh, actually, no, that's a scan of a slide from the Origin Museum, courtesy to Joe Garrity.
Joe Garrity.
This is the Kilrathi Guard extracted from the demo, and I know what you're thinking, why does he have a background? Well, that's what I was thinking. It was, this is the kind of
We
thing
all were thinking.
because the background is part of the file. There's not a separate head and background in the demo. It's all one image. And then the other one here, which is Blair with a headset. The headset is still stored in Wing Commander 2's files, and my assumption is that it was for the comm room screens and just was never used. So I stuck it on Blair to see what it looked like and included it here.
There you go. That's the content you get.
Yeah, you aren't going to see this anywhere else, I guarantee.
It's right here, right now, and right there.
And here are the helmets. There are a bunch the VDUs. There are a whole bunch more of them than Wing Commander 1. But they're a little less personal. They don't have the cutie marks on there above their names for the most part. They
Sure. Cutie marks.
Yeah, that's the thing that's on the butt of a My Little Pony. That shows like what powers it has, I think. Maybe. And I love the transport crews. And instead of one Kilrathi, we have one Kilrathi and his group of friends.
Hey! We'll wear different eyeshadow.
One of them wears a lot of eyeshadow.
Yeah. He plays on their football team. That's eye black, so the lights don't get in his face.
And then I figured, I did Wing Commander 2. Why don't I do Wing Commander Academy also? Because there is one unique head in the manual that does not appear anywhere else. And if somebody out there is a graphics man, please take poor Lightspeed there and colorize him. I'm sure you can do it, having full color of all these other heads. So somebody out there get us a colorized Lightspeed. But
do it at light speed, please.
I've got the manual scans for them, and after I did Lightspeed, I was like, well, why don't I do the VDU? I'll do Lightspeed's VDU. And then I was like, oh, but wait a minute. There's actually an error in the Special Operations 2 VDUs. Maniac's helmet does not have his name on it. And they fixed it for Wing Commander Academy.
Interesting.
So, yeah, there it is. So I think, I'll just do all the heads again, just so people can have an accurate reference. So
then when the remaster is done, all the data's here to know, like, hey, you can save time. We've already got it. Just let us know.
I thought this was interesting. There's 5 Kilrathi heads in Academy, and there is 7 in Wing 2. So they cut a couple Kilrathi, but they still have a bunch.
Still got enough to let you know, a little variety.
Now, here are the privateer heads you saw last week. I've sorted them all out, so they look super cool. And when you go to the site, you can click on the ones you like and download the source file, so they're all
ready for you to do whatever you'd like to do with them.
Yeah, there's countless uses for these guys.
None of which we need to know about.
And then I thought these two, I kept these 2 raw ones. Lynn Murphy is the only one with shoulders, so I threw her shoulders in there, and then the
regular face.
You're
not, it's the ultimate insult. You're nothing but a regular faced man, Ben.
It is kind of insulting. And of course, I went through and did all the VDUs.
Look at that 90s bro, Captain.
That pirate there is the one from the intro. That's why he's different than the others. But these are the unique named characters. As far as I can tell, this one of the Righteous Fireheads is never used. We'll see if we find him in the game, and I'm wrong. But I as far as I can tell, we'd never used this particular head. Then here's the generic ones.
Our friends we all know.
Yeah, and again, there's one Kilrathi, one generic Kilrathi in Privateer. For all that. I don't know what the lighting is like on the retro ships. It seems very different than on the others.
Well, they have like extra money.
But then for a super amazing treat, Super Wing Commander. This was, of course, the talking head game everybody forgets about.
Which
but I wanted it in there.
We've been teasing our entire run. This is the ultimate.
We're gonna
inside play.
Do a fancy Super Wing Commander soon. But I extracted all the Super Wing Commander heads, and I extracted all of fancy Super Wing Commander. That's how it's gonna go.
We're actually gonna play it in formal wear. You're gonna we'll both wear shirt and tie.
And we should do that.
We should do that fancy. What else would make it fancy? I don't know, like top hats or something.
And here are their flight suits, which
I'm typing that up.
Are ridiculous in Super Wing Commander. They're these big armored mech things that get lowered into the fighters. There's Colonel Halcyon and Shot Glass, and then that's the intro Paladin where he has a helmet. You don't see helmets anywhere else.
And he's got an antenna, or no, is that the cockpit behind him? Yeah.
And VDUs, you'll notice they're all slightly skewed because there's a fake depth of Super Wing Commander where the VDUs are slightly that way, so the source images are skewed that way.
Yep.
But they actually have all the pilots. They're very, very similar, but there are distinct pilots. Yeah.
Blacklit.
And just to show that Super Wing Commander is not literally Wing Commander 1 with stuff layered on top of it, there is a Tiger's Claw comm officer. So
yeah, take that, Internet of 1997.
Yeah.
Suck it.
Now here's the super nuts stuff. I think we even talked about these before, but it's the static VDUs from Privateer. There's no animation on these, Privateer 2.
Which
but
has a lot of spaceships.
There's a lot of stuff here, and
I'm shocked.
Again, this is such a cool, weird world that we don't quite, it's just people into an insane, crazy person world. But CIS, the neutrals, different pirate clans, and let me be the first to say, what? That was the weird eye one. Like, are they monsters? Is that one the Guardian from Ultima? I don't know. But all the pirates are divided by clan. And then here are the wingmen. Each of the wingmen you could fly with has their own VDU image, and there's a lot of wingmen.
We know.
And here's the color ones from the booth
that we've seen.
Like here, first of all, here, Tallboy Richardson here.
He looks like a Nod Trooper.
Yeah, he looks like a Nod Trooper, but then if you go back here, you see it's the same variant of the graphic used for the CIS guys. When you see them here, you have no idea they're purple.
Yeah. They all just look like Nod Troopers.
Yeah, they look like cool space guys. But they're purple space guys.
I think that's what Nod Infantry looks like.
So those are cool, and I threw in the ones from the official guide. I promise we're at the end now, because the Chirichian one does not appear anywhere, and the crazy Papagod Owl guy does not appear anywhere. So, yeah. That's the head
work,
museum.
Man.
Thank you. It's gonna get bigger. I just need a little bit more.
Listen,
drive.
Easy with the ego, okay? Keep your head small, all right? Here you are. My head's gonna get bigger and bigger.
No, so I'm hoping to add some more Wing 1 variants in there, and
oh my,
fun stuff.
That's excellent. That's really good.
So next up, by the way, can they hear us? I didn't think to check the audio.
No one said anything.
Okay.
We've been on for 35 minutes, and everyone said, besides, let's see, the last things have been Shadow looks like Betty Page.
She does.
Well, all the Kilrathi look the same, right? Terran racism and monocles. That's what chat's been saying lately, so. And they say audio is fine, just to...
Cool, okay.
I was also watching things.
All right, good
I didn't think to actually say, hey, you should fresh restart after two weeks ago's...
Yeah, we had kind of a tech mess last time. In fact, I left up the broken one because people want to see our embarrassing failures.
And not hear much except 1 minute at a time. All right, what? And then yesterday you did a very nice piece on
I decided
long
to do
history.
A tweet storm, as the kids today call it, because 2 days ago was the 25th anniversary of the PlayStation.
Congratulations on lower car insurance.
Happy birthday, PlayStation. So I did a little tweet storm, just kind of introducing people to the Wing Commander ports for the PlayStation.
Yep.
And then I was like, I'll turn this into a CIC thread, because otherwise Chris will just do it eventually, and I'll go ahead and get it done. So I turned it into a CIC post. If you want to read the same information, but with like flowery... this guy was an English major prose. That's the place to go.
Benjamin went to the finest institutions.
But I figured
you listen to you son of a bitch.
I figured I'd walk everybody through the PlayStation ports of Wing Commander. Just talk about them and kind of share that story. So some multimedia. I've got a video that's gonna show something cool, maybe. And let's get
let's do it.
25 years ago, 2 days ago, Sony released the PlayStation in Japan, which was something like 9 or 10 months before it came out in the U.S. So,
okay.
But it was a very, very interesting time for video game consoles in general. Up until about 1990, 1991, the conventional wisdom was that no one was ever going to beat Nintendo. I'm sure your mom probably calls video game consoles Nintendos. Everyone's mom does.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure my dad
kids playing that Nintendo.
I'm pretty sure my dad would call my Xbox a Nintendo.
Yeah, and that times a million in terms of selling video games in 1990. And that was the kickoff of the 16-bit era of video game consoles, or the
That's when bits mattered.
It was when bits mattered. They still matter. They just break Windows more. So in the 16-bit era, we had this unlikely competition from Sega. The Sega premiered the Genesis, and it managed to take Nintendo's market share, which shocked everybody. But it managed to sell itself as, Nintendo is for kids, Sega is cool, it's fast, and they came up... the story of Sega is not amazing technology or game design or anything like that. It's amazing marketing. But they for a while anyway, before they screwed things up terribly, whomped Nintendo. And the Genesis became this unlikely huge success in the United States. Which meant that when it was time for the next generation of video game consoles, the fifth generation, which is apparently how video game historians measure it, the 32-bit generation, we'll say, you had all these companies with lots of money thinking it was anybody's game. So instead of just everybody's going to buy the N64 and maybe somebody will try to shave off a little bit of that market share, you had massive amounts of money poured into the Amiga CD32, the Atari Jaguar, the...
Jaguar, was that the 64 one, though?
The Jaguar was 64-bit, but that was their gimmick. They were...
Because I just remember that
from that era,
yeah. I remember that being like, well, if you have that, like, you're super high scale.
Yes, that is exactly how their marketing worked. Like, the other guys are all 32, we were 64.
Yeah,
they were for it. And it sucks, but it's 64.
That's right, yeah. It was the Jaguar of consoles. It's all snooty advertising was like that. It really looked down on other ones.
And there really were at least a dozen of these things. And
yeah, I remember those. It's weird.
And from here's the PlayStation. From a game developer perspective, this was trouble. So imagine you're a video game developer in 1993, 94, and you're supposed to make a game for the next big console. You have $1 million. You're going to make one video game, and you have to pick which of these is going to be a success. Because there's not going to be 12 successful consoles. At most, there's going to be like 2.
Yeah, especially in this era.
Yeah. So it was very tough to figure out, what are you going to throw your support behind? We think of it like Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, and everything as being, they have unlimited money. They can do whatever they want. It's not really the case. They are still beholden to the bottom line. And nobody had any idea what was going to happen. But Electronic Arts, which is one we're interested in, initially threw their support behind the 3DO. And that's not because anyone thought the 3DO was the best idea in the world. It had the advantage of being the first 32-bit console to market. But the Electronic Arts connection was that their founder and former CEO, Trip Hawkins, was in charge of the 3DO. He had left Electronic Arts and he started 3DO and their whole crazy business model. And he, hey, you guys make some launch titles for me. So there was sort of an agreement there. That's where Super Wing Commander came from. It was developed as a launch title. It did not make that deadline. But it was basically Trip Hawkins going to Electronic Arts and saying, we're old friends. You gotta do me a solid, invest in this thing.
Yeah.
And then Electronic Arts went to Origin and said, do this.
Yeah.
But the 3DO kind of sucked. Not because of anything wrong with the console. I love the 3DO console, and it's an amazing story. And I was a 3DO kid. It was the only console I owned. But it certainly blew its advantage by costing $700 at launch.
Yeah, and that's insane.
That is an insane amount of money.
Insane amount. Like, that's buying you could buy a very nice used car for $700 in that era. Like a very nice used car.
My mom still pays $700 for a car.
Yeah, like that's the year when you bought a $50 car and it was like, oh, that's not bad, $50 car. You'll get like 50,000 miles out of that hunk of crap, and
Yeah, and by the way, this I realized
it's mind blowing how much money that is in that era.
Because I remember in like 1985 or whenever, my parents said, back in the 40s, you could buy a P-51 Mustang for $50. They're like, whoa! And now we're doing that with cars. It's sad.
Yeah,
but the 3DO cost way too much money, and their advertising push was totally wrong. They were selling it as a replacement to the VCR, and nobody was going to replace their VCR with a 3DO. So it fizzled, and it was clear to Electronic Arts by late 94, early 95 that it was fizzling.
Was it? What year did it launch? 94?
What's it? 3DO actually launched in 93. It was October 93. It was the first of this generation of consoles. So
if you adjusted for inflation, that's $1,243 today.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Meanwhile, there's people going door to door trying to get people to accept free Oculus Rifts today.
It's like the AOL CD of the past. Here, we're gonna mail you a Rift every day forever. You can shoot them if you want. We don't care.
Call us, Oculus. we should do a VR episode because I've got a 1984 VR headset back there that we should probably load up at some point. Anyway,
there's a lot of things we got to do.
Yeah,
Thrustmaster Mountain. Yeah.
So Electronic Arts basically had this crisis moment where people aren't buying 3DO games. We need a new strategy.
Sure.
But we don't know what the next big thing is. Sega was getting ready to announce... Sega was in second place, and they were getting ready to announce the Sega Saturn. So it made sense to support that. Nintendo was doing the Nintendo 64, and obviously that was going to be a big market share. But there was no one... This is the magic bullet. This is the next king. So what Electronic Arts did was... They came up with a program where they were going to backport all of their big games to as many consoles as possible. And of course, Wing Commander 3 was the biggest game they had at the time. They couldn't do an N64 port. It was not... it would not have fit on the cartridge. They were fundamentally incompatible. But they announced in 1995, we're going to do it for the PlayStation, we're going to do it for the Saturn, we're going to do it for the Power Macintosh. They also had a version for the 3DO M2, which was the sequel to the 3DO that never came out. And they even had one for the Atari Jaguar CD, which was only in very early development when it was clear that the Atari Jaguar CD was not going to be a thing. But it's basically a case of bet on everybody and hope one wins. And in this case, one did win. The PlayStation launched in, 25 years ago. We were talking about that. But in the
You do the math.
In the United States, it launched in 1995. And it's this famous story that in the morning at whatever convention it was, CES or E3, I don't know which offhand, but Sega made this big deal about the Saturn, and guess what? It's available today, and it's $399. And obviously that's a lot of money, but it's less than the other. It's less than the existing ones. And Sega or Sony, who were newcomers to this, they only got into game development because they got screwed by Nintendo in a development deal. They developed the Super Nintendo CD, and then Nintendo was like, "Oh, we're not going to do that anymore." So they came out with the PlayStation. And that afternoon at that convention, they just took the stage, and the famous thing is the guy just stood there and he says, $299. And that was it for Sega. Sega was done then. But
finish him.
The PlayStation being affordable and doing really cool 3D graphics, it caught on in the United States, and it had this cultural cachet, and it became, I suspect slightly younger parents than ours will probably call an Xbox a PlayStation, the way ours would call it a Nintendo, because it became so ubiquitous. Everybody had to have a PlayStation.
Only $517 today.
Not so bad.
It's still affordable. That's for today's money, yeah.
So, the good part of this story is that Electronic Arts ported Wing Commander 3 to the PlayStation. And here it is. Wing Commander 3 was the last of the original long box games that came in this tall cardboard box. It was the very last one to come out. If you're familiar with Sega games, I should grab one, but they're usually in a jewel case.
No, we've shown them before.
Yeah,
we've shown that they're tall.
But it was the last of that original long box set of games. And
You know what they say about the long box.
there's the back of the box.
Apparently not.
Now, at the time when this went into development, this came out in 1996, but when it went into development in 1995, Origin did not have a PlayStation development team or any PlayStation experience. So development of this game went to an internal Electronic Arts team at their headquarters in Redwood Shores, California. So unlike Wing Commander 3 3DO was developed in-house, Wing Commander 3 for the Power Macintosh was developed by a company in Austin called Lion Entertainment, and Wing Commander 3 for the PlayStation, as well as those ports that were dropped, the Atari and the Sega ports, were developed in California, so separate from the other games. And the result was kind of unfortunate. We've shown a lot of Wing Commander 3 for the 3DO the past few months. And you've seen how they kind of...
It's been weeks. It's been like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Sure, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. Sure, 3 months.
You've seen
4 months.
You've seen how they sacrifice sort of the higher, the graphics are reduced a bit, but they kind of make up for it by finishing off stuff that was still rough in the PC version, and having all sorts of bells and whistles and kind of adapting it to the console so it's easy to play and control. It fits it to the system. Wing Commander 3, without the oversight of Origin directing it, went the exact opposite way. And instead, the watchword was try to make it look as much like the fancy graphics in the PC version as possible. So if you look at these screenshots here, you can see it looks a whole lot like the PC release in terms of the 3D graphics. The textures are the same, the video quality is the same, it has the fly-through bays, the backgrounds look the same. And that was all successful. That all worked. The problem was that doing that made for kind of a sluggish, difficult to load game. You would have a load screen that looked like this constantly. You would go from one room to the other on the Victory, and you would flash this screen. They also did not spend any time simplifying the controls. So you have the early PlayStation controls, which have a lot of buttons, but they didn't remove any features. So it was you had all the same controls as the PC release, and it was incredibly confusing. The feedback was this is a technically great game. It got pretty good reviews. The controls suck. The loading sucks. It's not optimized. It has some memory errors where it crashes and so on. But it's Wing Commander 3, and it was for the...
I love how you have the little... It's Wing Commander 3. Well, polish that turd, baby. There it is under there.
No, I don't want to make it seem like it was a bad game at all. It's lesser than the PC.
Yeah, it's slightly handicapped. That's all. Yeah, you get it.
It has a couple of the extra things from the 3DO version. For instance, it has the news broadcast between missions. It has the Hobbs explanation. It has the color VDU videos. And then it cuts a couple things from the PC version. It does not have cockpits. This is the first Wing Commander that has no cockpit, which was to increase the frame rate. No cockpit, and it also removes the ground missions. And I could not remember yesterday how exactly it did this, because I know how they replaced the missions with these space station attack ones in the 3DO. Spoiler for a future episode. But I was like, they don't have an added space station in the PlayStation version, so I went and played them. It turns out they did almost nothing. The first one where you, which is the rescue prisoner mission, they changed the mission so instead of going down to the planet you're attacking a group of corvettes. So there's a corvette and a couple waves of fighters. There are 2 corvettes and a couple waves of fighters that you battle. The other missions, they just cut them out and put a cutscene. So you'll have the start of a mission, like the Tembler test or something. You'll fight like 3 Dralthi. You'll get a cutscene, and you'll have the end of the mission where you fight like 2 Dralthi, and that's it. So instead, the little ground missions are very, very easy. But it's got the rendered ground cutscenes from the 3DO version there also.
Okay.
But it's a fine port of Wing Commander 3, all things considered, and it introduced the game to a crazy amount of people because a whole lot more people had 3DOs. That's the good timeline.
Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
A whole lot more people had PlayStations than had, Super PCs for gaming, or 3DOs, or Power Macintoshes, certainly. I've heard that the sales numbers for the Power Mac version of Wing Commander 3 were in the hundreds or something. So that's crazy.
I could totally see that, despite the fact that there's a Thrustmaster community as well. And there's very limited sims.
So Electronic Arts was happy with this. Reviewers were happy with this. Gamers were happy with this. Origin was pissed with this. But I'll talk about that in a second. The side right here is that it was also big in Japan. It wasn't big in Japan, but they tried. Wing Commander has never caught on with Japanese audiences, which is kind of understandable because it's the Pacific War, but it's also kind of not understandable because they love spaceships over there.
Yeah.
And they also love Origin games. They love Ultima. Ultima, Richard Garriott was like a you-know-who-he-is celebrity for a while in Japan. And Wing Commander, they tried a couple times and it never caught on. And this was basically the last time they really tried. But this PlayStation was huge, so they did a localized version of Wing Commander 3. And you can see they changed the key art to try to make it appeal more over there. It's got the cool space fighters right in the center. It's got all these colors. They even had an official guide you could get that's a full-color book of Wing Commander 3 PlayStation stuff, available only in Japan. But it was not big. It didn't really work. But there's some interesting collectibles out there if you're interested in the Japanese Wing Commanders. I'm sure most people have seen these like crazy variants with the Excalibur on the cover. That's what that is. That was the attempt to sell PlayStation Wing Commander 3 in Japan. Wing Commander 4. So as I was saying, a lot of people were happy with Wing Commander 3. Origin was not. They blamed the issues on the fact that it was not done in-house. They did not have oversight over it. And so for Wing Commander 4, they wanted much tighter control. Which meant not doing it in-house, because they still did not have a free PlayStation development team. But it was instead moved to Lion Entertainment in Austin, which was a contracting studio that did ports, originally ports for the Macintosh. They ported Super Wing Commander to the Mac, they ported Wing Commander 3, they ported Wing Commander 4, and they ported a bunch of games you've heard of. Quake, Warcraft maybe. Just the Macintosh gaming community was very, very small. It was basically Jason here and like two other guys.
Yep.
But you had these.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 4 guys on the West Coast, but you really heard from them because it was hard for communication back then.
That's because the internet on them sucked. But so you would have these little studios that their whole job would be to port games to the Macintosh, and they would sell some copies.
And you would, and as a Mac gamer, you would watch those too. You would see like, all right, when have they picked that up? Like, who's gonna be what like developer's gonna pick up that? Then you'd be hopeful that then they would do a decent job because you'd see some ports were good, and then some you get a little bonus things on the Mac sometimes, and then other times you'd be like, what the hell is this?
Yeah,
like,
and it was...
Why? Why did you just do this? Why?
It's so hard to imagine today because if I want a game, I go to internet and there's game.
Yeah.
But back then, you didn't go to a store to buy Macintosh games so much. It was like buying pornography. You'd have to go through a mail or like a special Macintosh store.
And you had it was the ultimate segregation because you had PC zone and you had Mac zone.
Yeah.
And if you live in that, like we would get both in my house, and I'd just look through PC and I'm like, look at all these games they can get, and then the Mac would be like,
and this game.
It'd be Pathway. Yeah, it'd be Pathways into Darkness from Bungie, then Marathon, and whatever part of the '90s. Then that Marathon. Lion did Doom.
Yeah,
they did the Doom port. Yeah, but they didn't. They just did Doom 2. I don't think they ever. There's this odd thing with Mac games where like they, for whatever reason, wouldn't do like the earliest ones. They do like the sequel popular one, and they did Doom 2. But I don't think Ultimate Doom for Mac came out. I don't even remember when. 1998.
So they did essentially small batch Macintosh games, and Lion was very successful doing this. They knew their audience and they knew how to sell the 1,000 guys their copy of Doom. I'm sure Doom did better. But in 1997 they were looking to expand, and they were starting to do PlayStation games, and so Origin assigned them Wing Commander 4 for the PlayStation, along with a QA team at Origin who would work with them, and you keep it in the family. And the watchword for this was, you're not trying to replicate the PC version, you're trying to make it a unique experience that fits the PlayStation. So it should be fun, and the controls need to be fixed. And they got that all absolutely right. See if okay, so
just by comparison, I looked up what the original Marathon sold. That was 150,000 copies,
and that's insane for a Macintosh game.
Yeah,
that had Apple's support,
and that was after just under a year. But for comparison, yeah.
So here you can see this is they redid the interface, so it's much easier to see in a TV with these bars on the side that show your fuel and your health and so on. They reworked the game for the console, and you can see it has some of the improvements that would have gone into the unreleased 3DO version, like the color comms. And they redid they said, oh, you hate the controls in the original? Well, we're going to give you so many control options you're going to lose your mind. There's like 6 or 7 different control schemes you can select for in the PlayStation version of Wing Commander 4, and it's great. Do I have this? Yes. This thing is this big. It's as wide as I am. It's called the Sony flight stick or Sony joystick. I don't remember the exact term, but it's super fascinating. And Wing Commander 4 is one of the only games that supports it. There's maybe a dozen games that support it. Wing Commander 4 is one of them. It has a special mode to support this giant monstrosity, which is a dual flight stick, basically a HOTAS you put in your lap. And while you've never heard of this, and I've never heard of this, I have one over there.
I was gonna say
yeah, there's one. It's like stuck in the corner.
Yeah, it's somewhere. I was gonna say I was trying to look for it. I couldn't see it. It's buried over there somewhere. But I've seen it.
But this is the unlikely grandfather of the modern DualShock. This was the first analog controller for the PlayStation. So you have a modern PlayStation controller that has 2 little analog sticks. The original PlayStation controller was not analog. It was switch based. So you either were going left or you were going not left. Here, it has potentiometers like a joystick, so you have the control of flying your game with, like, you can pull all the way back or you can pull part of the way back, and it recognizes that. And this makes Wing Commander 4 for the PlayStation so much fun. It just feels right. And they're readily available out there. But this technology was adapted into the PlayStation 2 controller and then the modern DualShock, and it's continued to this day. This thing is how all game controllers work today.
It starts here.
Unfortunately, Wing Commander 4 for the PlayStation ran into a materials budget issue, the kind of thing that we thought we were done with CD-ROM. But basically, they didn't want to print a 6 CD PlayStation game. They couldn't make the numbers work for that. So they had to cut it down to 4 CDs, which meant cutting a whole bunch of stuff. For instance, the ground missions are all gone. The entire Cersei series, you're supposed to select, do the cool thing and get weapons, or do the good thing and save civilians. They were like, well, nobody wants to save civilians.
Yeah, no.
That whole choice is eliminated. So they cut all this optional video. They cut losing missions. They cut stuff like that, optional missions. You don't notice it when you're playing Wing Commander 4 for the PlayStation unless you know the PC version. It's a seamless cut, but it is a shame to lose all that.
It's Wing Commander 4 Lite.
It's Wing Commander 4 Lite to some degree. But it is it's a great port. It's a lot of fun, and you can buy it today digitally. Sony sells it as a PS1 classic for download. If you have a PlayStation Portable, a Vita, or a PS3 for $6, you can download Wing Commander 4, which blows my mind as someone who remembers how big that was. You could download a game that's 3 gigabytes.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
You process many more times that in data watching this, but
yeah.
It seemed like it seems still so big to me, but it's great. You can carry Wing Commander 4 in your pocket thanks to the Vita and the portable. It's neat. Sadly, Wing Commander 3 that will never happen. Wing Commander 3 is one of only 5 or 6 PlayStation games that was never certified for play on the PlayStation 2 because they loaded up and they found these memory errors and this video playback error, and they said, oh, it's some incompatibility with the hardware, we're writing it off. It does work. Those errors are actually present in the original hardware, but because of that, it's kind of blacklisted for digital release. But if you have a PlayStation, that's one of the other great things about the PlayStation is there's a lot of backwards compatibility options. If you have a PS2 or PS3, you can get the CDs and you can play Wing Commander 3 or Wing Commander 4 today.
There you go.
Not the 4, unfortunately.
The 3.
No, for the three overall. Three is backwards compatible with the 1, but only the initial 3s do the 2. It's very confusing, but most of them will play Wing Commander.
Gotcha.
I have this screen up here because it is the Wing Commander 4. This was one of the 2 manuals that came with it, and I remember being this came out in 1997. I was like a sophomore in high school, and I remember, it shipped for like $50, and that was a lot of money to any of us at the time. I certainly don't know how I got $50, but I remember like, I need to see the manual to see if there's any new continuity. Do I? And it was like this, one of those like great like Angel versus Devil battles on my phone. I'm going to spend all my money for months for a game I can never play because I don't have a PlayStation. My mom won't let me have one. But I really want to see the manual, and I convinced myself, as I always do, that I had to have it. And this is all the new continuity right here. It's the cover of the manual, which has this fake login, and the rest of it is just how to play the game. But I was happy with that. There's some other cool continuity stuff for the Wing Commander 4 for the PlayStation that actually came out of the advertising, because Origin's marketing folks did the advertising, and it's spectacular. This 2-page ad appeared in PlayStation magazines, and it is the greatest ad I've ever seen in my entire life. Me copying this ad is why Star Citizen has made like $150 million. Because it's selling... Instead of selling the game, it's, the 2673 Dragon is being sold like a spaceship. Obviously, we can have an argument about whether it's technically a Lance or a Dragon, but here it's a Dragon. And it has all these call-outs of, AM, FM radio and fusion cannons and so on. And I love it. First time I got into Origin, Captain Johnny gave me he had one up on his wall that was like a poster version of that. And I was like, that's so cool. I was like, I'll get you one. And he went to the closet, and I went, and I have it somewhere... kept flat.
Nice, yeah.
I need to frame it.
Yeah, that'd be a good addition to the walls.
That is a wonderful, wonderful ad, and I love it. Nope, not yet. The other part of this, other part of the marketing role for Wing Commander 4 was that Origin's internal web team, Chicken Boy Productions, did an interactive website for the game. Which meant a JavaScript-based site, which was giant at the time. We were all used to Web 1.0, and this was the first inklings into interactive websites. So they'd had this JavaScript experience that was a tour of the TCSX, and then you could click on the computer, and you could see the different ship specs, and you could click on from the different rooms. There's a part of it is up on archive.org, part of it is lost. But it also had this amazing Easter egg, which was that if you went into Captain Ison's cabin and you clicked on his computer, you could see his email with the Border Worlds, that he's emailing with the Border World scientists about defecting. And here it is. From this is the sole document that tells us when Wing Commander 3 happened in terms of the timeline. Before this, there was bloody murky argument. Did it take place in 2672? Does it take place in 2673? Blah, 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 blah. There it is. You can see the date in Ison's email. You also get the first name of the scientist, which is Tuesday, apparently. And yeah, it's just a fake email. I love this kind of thing. I have been keeping this file with me since high school. It's in my never lose this folder that gets duplicated every time I have a new hard drive. This and a couple other old Wing Commander continuity things that were only on the web, and it's up on the CIC. You can check it out now. But yeah. So that was technically as far as consumers are concerned, that was the end of the Wing Commander story on the PlayStation, but not in terms of development. Wing Commander Prophecy, when it started out development in 1996, Origin said, okay, we did a better job with Wing Commander 4, but we're going to do Wing Commander 5 in-house. And we know that the PlayStation is the future. We know we're going to have more PlayStation customers than PC customers. We need to become a company that makes PlayStation games. So Wing Commander Prophecy was actually kicked off not as a PC game, but as dual developments. There was a PlayStation team and a PC team, and they were... When they did the initial design documents for the game, a lot of these are on the CIC. I linked a bunch from the article you can check out yesterday. The base of the game was designed so that it would work on both, and then they were supposed to take it and continue development in parallel, ship day and date, PlayStation and PC at the same time. The series would be big on both platforms. What happened there was that Chris Roberts started Digital Anvil, and all these super experienced guys who were working on Wing Commander 5 went to work for that. And so Origin was forced to consolidate the teams. The PlayStation one got cut. The guys who were initially doing the PlayStation version all got promoted, and they were then running the PC release. But what could have been? And the big impact of that is that all this work that was done in the initial design stages stayed with the game. So there are all sorts of design choices in Prophecy. How things are rendered, how it's plotted, how it's shaped out, what features it has, that were decided because it was supposed to support the PlayStation. And it doesn't, but that was part of it. Postscript to the PlayStation Store.
Do you have any examples for them they were asking?
A lot of things like the number of vertices on the models. The multiplayer stuff was designed for split play. I don't have good examples, but I actually have the docs on the CIC. You can read them right now. The design considerations. A big one I remember, I believe, was the cloaking was cut. For whatever reason, they were having trouble with the cloaking on the PlayStation, so they removed that as a game thing. There's all sorts of interesting little things like that. And just some of the gaminess of like the missile, the rocket pods that was more oriented for a console player. I'm going to look through the docs and I'll have a better answer for you next week. But it's interesting stuff. So, Postscript, Origin had a couple other PlayStation games. They ported Crusader No Remorse, actually to both the PlayStation and the Saturn. They also ported No Regret, but it never shipped. In fact, I think Joe Garrity has a working beta of it, but they never shipped it. There's also a Japanese-only release of Ultima Underworld, which is very, very interesting. Most people have never heard of this one, but Origin in 1997, Origin shipped Ultima Underworld, a 1992 game, in Japan on the PlayStation. Those were Origin's other two PlayStation games. They had another one that was in development called Prowler. Prowler is one of those great lost games, but it started off as a 3DO exclusive, trying to help out old Trip. And when the 3DO went belly up, it became a PlayStation game. And development continued for quite a while. There was a playable build that was shown at trade shows. It was a mech game. It was in a new universe. A lot of Wing Commander guys worked on that before going on to Prophecy. And there's all sorts of data about that on the CIC also, including some gameplay videos now. Here are the PAL covers for Wing 3 and Wing 4. Go back to the start. There are a couple of Wing Commander games that are super important for how they build the community more than how good games they are. The Super Nintendo Wing Commander 1 sold so many more copies than Wing Commander 1 for the PC. It introduced I know so many people who got into the world because they started through that entry point. And the same with Wing Commander 3 for the PlayStation. So many of my friends are people who picked that up and they fell in love with the universe. So as you go forward and build your own games, think about that. How not making the best game for the nichest platform, think about how to bring other people into it.
It's true.
And I will say, if you're a Wing Commander fan in 2019, you've probably done everything. So why not try out the PlayStation versions of the games? They're a slightly different experience and they're fun. I did want to show off one other thing, which was I mentioned earlier that the Wing Commander 4, they cut out the ground missions like they did in Wing 3. Most of the ground missions in the game are in the Cersei series, so by slicing that out, you don't have to worry about them. But there are two very early on, the tier camera missions. And they redesigned those. It's 3 missions because there's the initial recon and then there's the marine landing, and there's 2 versions. You either land on 1 base if you've succeeded in the first one, or you have to land on 3 to find the lady. This is one of the benefits of developing the game right there in Austin with Origin, which was that they could actually recut the video. They couldn't, have the actors do something different, but they could re-render the video. So instead of seeing you'll fly into the atmosphere and you'll go to these bases, it would show the space. They re-edited the mission so you go to space stations instead of ground bases. And I did a quick comparison version of this, which is here somewhere. There. So you're going to see how they re-edited the videos with different wireframes on these 3 missions. And here it is.
We've just entered bordered world territory to tier system.
This higher res one is the DVD PC version.
Because of the current tension. That means a ground extraction. But we have to find the hostage first. Determine the best method of removal, which is where you come in. Now, intel says the target is in this base complex on
this is
7, but we need as much
to kind of
recon
be disappointing if you saw this in your
all our
PlayStation
fighters
game
are
and then didn't get to
laser
play it.
recon device fires like a gun, take pictures like a camera. Get as close as you can and record as much info as possible. We've just entered bordered world territory.
And here's the PlayStation version. And you'll notice it's cut slightly differently too. You see, you linger on Mark Hamill instead of going to the table. Like, this shot is not in the PC version.
But we have to find the hostage first.
More Hamill.
The best method of removal, which is where you come in. Now, intel says the target is
But here's the cool part. You see, because the table was post-production, so you could take the assets and redo it. In fact, that was the I think it was the cloaking device.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was looking at the object. I'm like, that looks familiar for some reason. I couldn't place it at first.
So here are the other two. You can see how they changed the table scenes.
Thanks to your recon, we know just where we're going and what we're up against. The hostage is located in this structure. Now you'll need to cover the trooper transport
Tier 2A.
Then make sure it gets back here in one piece. They'll be moving in right behind
Here's,
you, carrying the personnel who will nab
Tier
the
2 on the
hostage.
PlayStation.
Thanks to your recon, we know just where we're going and what we're up against. The hostage is located in this structure. Now you'll need to cover the trooper transport's descent to that location. Then make sure it gets back here in one piece. They'll be moving in right
By the way, these missions are a lot easier when you don't have that missile turret.
Yeah, I'm sure those make stuff a lot easier.
We didn't get all.
Yeah, when it's Banshees defending a base instead of Vindicators on the planet,
nav
much easier.
Represents an installation, and
Especially
we
the giant controller.
The hostage is in one of them. You'll cover the trooper transport as it docks with each.
There's the loser version of Tier 2 where you have to go to all the bases.
Right behind you, carrying the personnel who will nab the hostage. Now, as you know, we didn't get all the recon.
Oh, shit.
Now, each of these nav points represents an installation, and we think the hostage is in one of them. You'll cover the trooper transport as it docks with each structure until the troops find the hostage.
So that is a level of detail that, again, you'd have to say is Chris Robertsian. The bothering to fix that
Wireframe and make it go. No.
So that's it for Afterburner Slideshow today. I hope you enjoyed that talk that lasted a lot longer than I planned, but I hope it was interesting to somebody out there.
It was. We were burning we're out of gas.
Well, we better not be out of gas, because it's time to play Wing Commander 3 for the 3DO.
Keyboard Fight Commander.
Keyboard Commander, yes. Right. I experimented with getting the joystick to work with it, and it was not happening. So, kill time for a minute while I set this up.
Well, yes, we are once again going into Wing Commander 3 3DO, where we left off entering the Caliban system, and now here we are back again, you jerk face. Well, with that, I just remembered I put those beers in the freezer, so I'm going to go make sure I take some out right now before they get too cold.
Yeah, he wants to keep getting cold. So I've set up save points in Caliban and Delius. Let's start with Caliban.
Why didn't you warn us that your kind could close jump points?
Lieutenant, I do not believe our shared enemy closed the jump point.
Hey, I wasn't hallucinating when it went off my screen.
Our esteemed captain has theorized that the enemy cloaked the jump point. The characteristics of the Nebula undoubtedly made this possible, and explains why the aerial system had been used for so long as a convoy passing.
You know the aerial system like the back of your paw. And you claim you had no clue of what was waiting for us.
By the way, you notice that the cut of this scene is longer than the PC
You're a
version.
liar.
Play along with her. Stick up for her. Play along with her.
Play along with her this time.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. If you have any hard evidence, I'd like to hear it in private, all right?
Yes, sir.
You have doubts about my loyalty, old friend?
Oh, come on, pal. Of course not.
I can't believe it's
2 beers.
Hatred.
Well, they were
fuels
cold, you
that
know.
talent.
I know we have a lot of
Something you can't
gameplay
afford
here,
to lose
especially on
right
the
now.
3DO. Listen, it says life is about choices, all right, Ben? It says it right there on the bottle. Anyways.
What's happening on the bridge?
What's going on?
All our comm systems have been jammed. And guess who's behind it?
Come on, Lieutenant, don't tell me you can't do
gun
anything.
I'm trying, sir, but it looks like some kind of video virus, or should I say worm?
Or should I say
Ah,
worm?
this looks like a major debug.
I have
God,
read
90s
your
cyber talk,
Bible
major
predictions that there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. It is about to be fulfilled. We will tear your tongues out. We will scoop
I believe we've got slightly different reaction shots here also.
It ain't all they'll do if they ever get their paws on us.
You will be prime examples to the other races in the galaxy.
One thing interesting about this scene is the other races in the galaxy. In 1994, we haven't heard about many of those at all. But Wing Commander 3 is operating under the assumption that there are. You know, there's Ferekins, but there's a bigger world. I love when you have something that's growing outward, making a bigger world.
Colonel Blair will be reduced to a pile of entrails.
Just in case you were curious, it's frozen. So
Will see to it personally that you pay for every noble Kilrathi
Ah,
your hands in combat.
We'll go for the microwave.
Your miserable comrades to contemplate your ignoble futures.
this one actually isn't that 50-50
Sucks to be the guy who has to watch me play Wing Commander sober.
I didn't know you and me.
Well, I
had
can open
history.
the other one.
Thrakav and I've gone a few rounds.
Seems to have a special nickname for you.
It's news to me, Captain. An honor
News
I
to
can
me,
do
Captain.
without.
It's
You
news
ask
to
me, the cats are running a little scared.
Perhaps our incursion into Ariel has something to do with that. Hobbs!
He seems distracted.
Kilrathi believe always that war is psychological. It is a contest of wills as much as weapons.
Talking trash is all I call it.
It is the politics of superiority. Or perhaps one of my race's more admirable social constructs.
As I sang
Social
15
construct.
times in
Pack of
original
animals
11,
with
they gotta
admirable
kick 'em in the
social
head.
constructs.
I just like that they talked about the PlayStation long enough for your beers
Captain, we
to
have a crafty
freeze.
force heading our way.
Great.
I think they
Well, I
came through
put
that
them in
last
right when I
jump
got
point.
here, so
It
yeah,
doesn't
it was
look like
about
they're running scared, sir.
Probably an
I'll see you in
hour
the
and
briefing
50
room.
minutes maybe, give or take. Well, I noticed about halfway through and I was like, I'll wait till he's done before I get up. That's cold.
Say, are you eating one of Maryland's own Lido brand pizzas?
I was. I believe it also spreads to Maryland and the district. The entire DMV.
Well, there's Flash.
They can close the goddamn jump points? What's next? I mean, they got us between their paws. It's just a question of time now.
I don't know they can close the jump points. Theory has it they just cloaked one.
To think. The only reason I'm here is because I lost a goddamn bet.
See where shooting off your mouth gets you?
We don't know that.
Now, one fact that I think we need to point out this week is we started this series of Wing Commander 3, the double teaming Wing Commander 3 process, in honor of the game's 25th anniversary, which is this Sunday, December 8, 1994.
Here we are.
Just a couple days after the PlayStation launched was when Wing Commander 3 shipped for the PC.
Interesting.
So, celebrate however you will this
I hope
weekend.
you're not putting much stock in all that hot air
Play your
the
favorite
Frat
series of the
decided to
game.
blow our way.
We should talk
Yes,
about the
sir.
first time we
Good.
we
Headquarters
interacted
pretty
with the
sure
game.
the Kilrathi have
Do
a
it during
special
our mission.
device in Ariel that enabled them to use nebula gases to throw a curtain over that jump point. Now, Confed thinks Ariel is the only system where they have this capability, since that's where they carried on so much of their convoy traffic.
Well, that's good news. I don't feel like running into many more closed doors.
Well, obviously the Prince's transmission was a good indication they're coming after us hot and heavy. So, we're going to split from our escorts once we enter this nebula, and you're going to protect these 2 destroyers. Navigation has located a new jump point inside the nebula, which we can use for our retreat once we've taken out enough of our pursuers.
Give
it your best, Colonel.
These missions, or do we have some special treats for this?
I think there's certainly be different mission layouts. They won't be as different as some, but I think they will be pretty different.
Objectives.
Curious. This is, I think, our first.
Oh, and one last
major
thing.
cap ship encounters, right?
We've seen more cap ships in this version of the game already.
Well, no, I mean in terms of like for the PC version, this is where you have the first, big, destroyer,
destroyer for this one.
And otherwise, we've had a treat of otherwise in this, but I'm just curious how now when they have a mission that's actually what it is, what they're gonna jack it up to.
Oh, there's a loadout terminal you can access separately. That's interesting. And again, still no longbow.
No longbow for you.
But it's over here instead of in the PC version. The loadout terminal is here, and it's over here in the 3D version. I've never noticed that.
Well, now it's been recorded for the historical record. Oh.
And it takes off like that.
A little wobbly, but it's alright. It's alright. It's fine. How the landing gear tracks is a little odd that they don't call it once. They seem to go in a sequence for the video more than anything. Well, look at that nebula.
That is pink, but it's a very different kind of pink than we.
It's more like a. It's one of those in between pink purple like fuchsia.
Fuchsia, yeah.
Waypoint.
I think I had a shirt that was this color and.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, all right. Well, we've got a destroyer firing at something, and then
it's a light destroyer over there.
A light destroyer over there, but then is that the only enemy? Yeah. Oh, okay. So they're going they're broadsiding in this as opposed to going head to head.
You do suffer frame rate hit with these cap ships being so close. Love that music. Oh no, I killed the Light Destroyer.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, my last punch got it. I didn't stick around to watch because I got an SOS from the Convict Destroyer. So when was the first time you played, what did you get with Commander 3?
Definitely after, I want to say, it must have been spring 95.
Okay.
Because it was definitely, because I remember getting it and then there being a fair amount of time for Commander 4. I have to think, yeah, it was late winter, early spring, 95. First 9 minutes before a Mac 2 CI forever, and then he got a Power Mac 8500. That was a huge upgrade. Huge upgrade. We got that. That was like, well, I can turn up the detail settings on Marathon to high and have no frame rate loss. Like, this is insane. So that was like the 640E. 640. But I'm pretty sure it was that. I was trying to think when you mentioned it before. So I remember seeing the ads for it at PC Zone Forever, you know.
It's funny, I've been working on a feature we'll do in a future episode where we'll talk about what the perfect Mac to play for the PC games is. And I was looking through all the posts on the Usenet, and you know, you tend to think gamers are not horrible in the past, but they are.
Oh, they're horrible.
And I was particularly focused on all these Mac gamers who were just so, they were just like angry. They were screaming at the guys who ported Wing Commander 3 for the Macintosh for daring to not advertise in whatever particular Mac inside Mac games or whatever. And it was just funny. You forget how terrible everybody used to be. So, what did your dad bring home Wing Commander 3? Did you go for the birthday present?
I couldn't tell you that. I imagine my dad bought it for me because I'm sure I can remember seeing it when I wanted this game. Even before that, I think I had actually found the Wing Commander community before I played the game.
We're a friendly group of folks.
Well,
we were that.
Yeah, no, I'd seen it somehow. Around that we got the machine, but then I got all this Wing Commander all at once, you know. It was like, I got Armada, I got Privateer, Rice Fire, all that came with the machine itself. And then I think he got Wing Commander 3 right around, he probably got it with the machine right afterwards. So fairly quickly after that, he had it. And then he picked up Wing Commander 2, at a yard sale, so I had that. So I got all that was a pretty gluttonous time to have all those items. But the other one I didn't have was the original Wing Commander, which I did not play until I got Wrath, which I was actually the most excited to play since I'd never had. What tragic series of events befall young Benjamin in his quest to get Wing Commander 3? Did it involve you losing blood or appendages?
Everything about that.
Well, that's what I figured.
Gosh, so Wing Commander 3. So Wing Commander 3 was, I think, probably the first game that I was extremely online for, as we say today. But I remember there was a Usenet group,
Wait. We say extremely online.
Extremely online is an expression used today to
shut your mouth
about obnoxious online people.
Thank you for teaching me that.
So, yeah, there was a Usenet group that was like alt.games.wc3 that was so excited about it, so you would go there to read the rumors and all this stuff.
Way to go, sir.
I remember getting this very weird version of it in my head that I would go to middle school and tell everybody about, like, oh, the game is about the war being lost and confeds are... I remember specifically getting this weird story that the war had been lost and you were like a rebel now or something. I don't know how I came up with that. Let me talk to Flint, then I can hear this story.
Let me talk to this lady
first. Very
first.
definite ideas about flying under these conditions. He feels you can always find a way to fling the obstacles back in the enemy's face. I got a holomail trans from him after Rollins got communications back up.
What's your father flying these days?
Only a desk, unfortunately.
It's tough getting home. I'll bet he wishes he was behind the stick.
Oh, you better believe it. It's like an addiction, isn't it? I mean, once you get hooked.
You know, I'd like to meet him someday. It's guys like him who really wrote the book on how to fight this war.
I'd love to meet your
he'd
dad,
like
the
to
great
meet you.
pickup line.
I told him I was fine with you,
ladies
and he
love
was
that.
very impressed.
Really? Thanks.
You know, I should meet your dad right away. Do me on this thunderbolt.
So I was following all the rumors online. I remember there was one guy who did a Wing Commander 3 fact that just got more and more extensive. Remember facts? That was how information was gathered back then. And I would follow that.
In this week's Top Infoburst, Confed forces have liberated the enslaved populations in the
Maniac would be
Cabrea
because he
system.
wasn't there last
But
time.
the Confederation has clamped down on all vid transmissions from the system, citing the interests of Confed security. Independent sources, however, report that conditions within the system are so horrific that the Confederation has concluded freedom of the press must take a back seat to the psychological harm any news releases may do. TNC believes that you, the viewer, have a right to know at all times.
We report. You just...
Therefore, we are currently taking action to combat this clear case of prior restraint. We'll keep you informed.
Yes, the media was terrible in the 27th century, too. So, I mean, possibly the happiest, one of the happiest days of my life was when I was at Lake Forest Mall, which is now a skeleton, and I was walking by the Babbages, and they had a TV in the window, and it was playing the tape, the 5 or 8 minute Wing Commander 3 trailer loop tape, and I was like, oh my god. And I sat there for probably 2 hours. Because, you know, your mom would drop you off at the mall and you would be supposed to meet her at some other time. And
Sure, yeah.
So I just sat there outside the Babbages watching the Wing Commander 3 trailer loop over and over again until I think my brother came and like, we've been looking everywhere for you!
I've been right here, man!
Well, before I can give you this story, let's see if they fixed that particular bug.
Well, ain't we the lucky ones? Just jump from one nebula
They
to another.
did!
We just signed on to the whole Galactic
Nice
Nebula
job, Wing
tour
Commander 3
package.
Radio
Well,
team!
look on the bright side, maniac.
Which is?
Hey, it's tough rag.
Rag.
At least you'll be able to find something to hide behind.
It's funny.
So I was following all the lead up to the game. You know, there were like 4 screenshots that got sent out to BBS's, and I remember staying up late at night to download those in my modem. But it was an extremely cool time. And then I think around September or so, September '94, I was at the
Listen up, Colonel.
Tyson's
As
Corner
usual,
Mall in
we have our
Virginia,
work cut out
which
for
was like the
us.
fancy
Yeah,
mall
sir.
you would go to.
Still is the
You see
fancy.
these
Yeah, it still
fighters
is.
that
It's
have
the one
suddenly
that's
left
still
the
there.
main plot?
But it,
Which is
I think they
ginormous.
figured out where the jump point is.
it was like the
They
rare
plan on
treat
getting
that
out
you
of
would
the
go to
Nebula
that one
radio
because it was
route
further
and
away,
sound
but it had all
out
these
to the
great
main
stories.
Yeah, it's still insane.
You are to stop
Yeah.
every last one of them from getting out. Be able to send clear trams.
They had this sign
Colonel.
at the. It was a Walden Software,
So,
which was Walden
these are
Books'
the mission objectives.
games software spin-off.
Oh, and one last
Um,
thing.
And they had this sign saying, "Pre-order Wing Commander 3 and get a free poster." And I was in 7th or 8th grade. It must have been 8th grade. So I could not afford to do
I
that.
want you to be on my wing for
But
this one. Dismiss.
I begged my mother.
Good luck.
Like, please, don't do anything.
Mama, Mama.
You ever loved me, you'll do
Oh,
this.
please, Mama, bring me to the mother country. Oh, please.
And of course, she made me the great mom compromise in this sort of situation as well.
You should be our slave. For look what you got.
Oh, longbow. In fact, no. Okay, so we can't have any. Well, we're definitely gonna play the. Oops. We're definitely gonna play the longbow.
Yeah, that's what she said.
So she made the great mom. Why is the order so hot? What?
What just happened?
I think we found a bug.
Well, we got you.
We almost had the longbow. If I talk to Rachel. So she's like, okay, well, I'll get it for you, but it's your Christmas present, and you can't open it until Christmas. So she put in the pre-order for. So close.
Did you have a save right there?
No, I don't.
That's weird.
Actually, you know what? Because I still have the. There we go. Let's try picking the mission. This is H2. This is the debug screen, by the way, which I activated for exactly this purpose. Great. I can
talk to probably Maniac.
I have to talk to Maniac or somebody. So she pre-ordered Wing Commander 3 for me, and they gave you the poster tube right then. It was this. I mean, it's right over there. You probably can't see it on the screen, but it's this great big.
I'd move the camera, but I don't want them to see what happens behind the magic.
It was this. It's this great, like, high quality theatrical.
It is. It's very nice. It's long. It's a long poster, I guess I'd say, or a tall poster.
It is. It's odd dimensions. I did get a custom framed at one point.
Yeah, it's a very. Yeah, it's weird.
Where are the conversations? We may have broken something terrible here.
It should be Maniac and Gunnery Control.
I didn't see him there. Okay, let's try this again.
What have you done?
My God, what have I done? Oh. Okay, let's try this again slightly differently. Pick mission. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do is I will load the previous mission and just eject.
There you go.
So,
we're not really worried. For continuity purposes, it's okay.
Yes.
All because we got excited and you wanted to see the longbow.
I wanted to see the longbow and
then
it just
disappeared. Which is really weird. Odd thing.
So they gave us the poster, and I was like, well, you know, you could just give me the poster now, because I know what it looks like. And
all our comm systems.
like, no, this is going under the tree.
Come on.
So Wing Commander 3 actually shipped early. Before it came out December 8th, so it was several weeks before Christmas, and still I was not allowed to have it. But my friend Paul, my best friend Paul at the time, did. Oh, you know what? I wonder if we were supposed to go talk to Hobbs on the flight deck, if that was the thing we were missing. In fact, I kind of wonder. No, we started on the flight deck. Never mind. Okay. Skip this mission. Would you look up how you eject in the 3DO version?
Oh, shit.
Hobbs.
It's on the CIC.
Yeah.
So he got Wing Commander 3, and he immediately, like that day, was like, oh, you gotta come over and check it out, it's amazing. He had a 386.40, which it took over half an hour to load a mission, and there was frame rate would not have been measured in per second. It was more like per minute. So it was literally unplayable. But he really wanted to believe that worked. So he did. And that was the first time I played Wing Commander 3. I think it was so difficult to play that I ABC. Okay, there we go. I turned the Nebula off. Oh, it's an essential mission. Ah, gosh. Okay, our show just got longer.
Oh, jeez.
So I had to wait until Christmas, but I remember that Christmas I opened up my Poster 2, I opened up my Wing Commander 3, and then I went to my Gateway 48666 and played through the entire game in one sitting, which took like 30 hours maybe. Those were great days.
Yeah, those were the days.
Colonel.
So,
Big Maniac, he'll just fly off and kill everything. It'll be fine. We've done this real fast. Skipping the cutscenes. Fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's okay. We didn't screw up at all. You're gonna get to see that destroyer again. It'll be great.
Ready to rock and roll.
Waypoint reached.
You'll be destroyed.
So how about audience out there? If there's anybody watching today, how did you get into Wing Commander? What was your first Wing Commander 3 experience?
Well, we had one of that earlier, though. We had... Say that properly. Got the PS1 version for my 2003 birthday, full box manual, got the computer system in 2007, sold and played Wing Commander 3.
Ah, man after my own heart.
And that's all I got.
Well, if you're out there and you want to share your story, don't let it all here read it. Well, I play this mission again.
First time.
But you know, there are bigger problems in the world than having to play more Wing Commander 3.
On a 3DO with 14 buttons to do one thing.
Starving people out there who don't even have one port of Wing Commander 3.
Can you imagine something like that? That's what. Hey, there you go. That Dark Head just blew up from one of the destroyer.
Actually, I think I agree with Rachel here that the Hellcat is a better option for this mission. Well, there's a very unhappy Dark. Oh, it's Fireclaw. Oh, that's why it was so hard to kill him. It's Fireclaw.
I didn't think it was Fireclaw last time. I feel like we would have noticed that. I thought it just was Darkette.
Well, it's Fireclaw. He's running away.
Well, now he is.
I'm gonna let him go.
Tarsus with Wing 1. Christmas present from my grandma. He had Red Storm Rising from his mom.
Who's that?
Tarsus. I thought Red Storm Rising was better, and then he figured out how to land. Of course, always a problem for people with the original Wing Commander, unless you understand how things work.
No, I mean, I don't think even the manual tells you that you have to.
No, I think you have to kind of just figure out the line. Yeah. I feel like there's some type of isn't there some type of illusion where it's like, all right, line up or
yeah, like that. But it doesn't show the graphic or anything.
Yeah.
But you know, figuring out things for yourself is the only freedom we really have.
We also have a privateer addict with 3 in the budget bid.
I gotta admit that there's a part of my brain that still thinks of Wing Commander 3 as the new one.
No, for me that would be one to me because 3 was already out when I would have gone with it. I just remember printing out basically the entire Confederate Underground, all of those.
Oh, what a great website that was!
Ship's guide, the history of each ship, and then you actually include the history from the games in there too.
Yes, tcu.y.com, one of the very early Wing Commander websites. It was this great database of all the ships, and he made up information about each one, some of which continues to this day. Like the Karathia sign, there's pilots they hate to Salvi. I still hear fans saying that. It was a little bit that Brian made up for the TCU. But it was a great website. Unfortunately, it disappeared when he finished college, I believe. Because back then you got a little web space, a couple megabytes with your college, and then they would shut them down.
You always got like, you know, 59 or something.
Yeah. But, oh man, that was great.
Which is a huge amount of web space in that era.
No, I had a bunch of printouts like that too. I remember I had a printout of one of the Wing Commander Aces Club had a website with like newly designed ships, and I think I had one printed out and kept on my folder my first year of high school.
I wonder, if some of that.
I still have some printouts of origin site from back then.
I remember my dad was most pissed because I think TCU was yellow.
Yes.
So, you just figure out, you're printing 50 pages and, oh shit, it's all yellow? Like, this is bad. Gotta print it again! And then you had all those ship images in there, so that was a shit ton of ink. That never was used.
I had the opposite problem. I was so incredibly cautious with my dad's computer stuff. So, like, I remember in '93 or so, I was part of the privateer club on CompuServe, and every couple months they would release a newsletter, which was a Word document, and it would be like 50 kilobytes. And I was so worried about using phone time that I would like train myself to log in and download that newsletter and log off as quickly as I possibly could. I was always cautious with stuff like that. I don't know why. And my dad liked screwing with me. I remember we were playing Leisure Suit Larry, and then you'd have the thing at the start where it was like to see how old you were.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Need clearance, TCS Victory.
He had no problem with me playing Leisure Suit Larry as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, my dad also played with me when I was way too inappropriate.
He did tell my brothers and I that if you got the thing wrong 3 times in a row, it would destroy your computer. And I believe that because I was 5.
Sure.
Okay, first thing I'm going to do right now is save the game.
Listen up, Colonel.
You saw this. Cut that. Let's do Vagabond. I was going to say Vagabond.
I want you.
And just to be absolutely sure, we're going to make a save state right now before we talk to Rachel.
Because we want this longbow.
My loadout not good enough for you, huh?
Watch her not give it to you.
Yeah, there must be no longbow.
Hey!
Okay, longbow. Beautiful, beautiful longbow. Oh, yeah. Look at all those torpedoes. What a handsome spaceship. I mean, but why don't I just take all render photos? It's fine.
was waiting for you to hit the wrong button to change ships, and everything would go wrong.
And look, you actually talked to Flint in the.
No, look at this. What a weird.
Yeah, it's a weird.
It's tough.
Just get her out of the way. Okay, let's hope there's a longbow. There we go.
She is.
It's finally here.
Watch this be the least longbowy mission ever.
It's gotta be longbowy if that's how they're introducing it. We're gonna have longbowy fun, gosh darn it.
A lot of credits. It's hard to say how much you think a loadout of a longbow costs. Credits.
Yeah, it's probably gotta be
millions of credits.
Yeah.
I imagine those torpedoes are notch.
Yeah, the antimatter torpedoes are gonna be very expensive.
Yes, I imagine those would be ridiculously expensive.
Alright, longbow. Let's go to Pursuit 1. Look, we've got escort fighters. That's so cool.
Oh, we've got a real bomber mission here. Here we go.
Yeah.
Waypoint.
Okay, let's go.
Anytime, Colonel.
Here we go. This plasma guns really hit hard. And it maneuvers better than it does in the PC, I believe. Yeah, look, I'm killing him in one hit with the plasma gun, so the balance is definitely different. The question, of course, is what are we bombing?
Well, I noticed a second ago when the target said destroyer pursuit 2. That text was, near the.
Well, Pursuit 2 was the Pursuit was the first nav point. So.
Okay, so it definitely said destroyer.
I go down for my emperor.
Here, kitty kitty. One target eliminated.
That's good job. Alright.
That is the real question.
One of the problems with the switch to full motion video is it's so much harder to describe the specifics of the mission. You know, with Commander 2, it can have a text mission where you're like, oh, you're going to attack this frother and do this and this and this. Not so here in Commander 3 and 4. You have to have very broad mission descriptions that allow the mission designers to continue tweaking missions much later in the process. So motion capture fixes that to some degree, which is nice. By the way, one thing you may notice about the longbow in this is no turrets. Because you can't switch views, and so they simply remove the turrets from the Terran bombers. There's turret code in the game, because enemy ships have turrets, but you do not have a turret in your longbow. In fact, look, we have one big engine with one. Whoa!
Hey!
Is there two?
We got company. Here we go.
There's multiple Kilrathi capture ships going on here.
Okay, we have a carrier.
Three. There's three.
Alright, we have a carrier. That looks like a Corvette.
What are a transport? Yeah.
That one's a Corvette. And the other one, that's a Corvette.
So carrier with Corvette escorts.
Ah.
That is a longbowy mission.
That is. Yes, that is a carrier that would one day become.
Yes, that's the same class as the false color ship.
Karga. Yes.
It's just a car. Mjolnir.
Everyone just calls her Karga. Call her 2000. So
fly a bit away. Real torpedo run on this thing. By the way, your torpedo locks very fast in this version.
Well, you know. Man, a boy becomes a man, sometimes it's a torpedo. How many torpedoes does it take to get to the center of one car?
I've fired 2, so let's see if that does it.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah,
it's a delayed destruction there, though. Yeah. That impact happened a while ago.
Oh!
Hey, and there's nothing left of it.
Nice. Well, you know what? I'm glad we waited to get that long movie because
yes,
this was a good mission.
Yes, that would have kind of sucked to have to blast that away with just the Thunderbolt's gun.
Look at this shot of the victory with the the escort so close.
Yeah, the destroyers.
Need clearance, TCS Victory.
You just mowed those cats down, sir. Guess the rest of the litter ain't gonna find out about our new jump point. Cap says it's time we get out of here. You are cleared to land.
I always love how shocked that guy looks every time. Try to clear him like, wow, I can't believe they're fighting space. He's so surprised.
Just in awe of this lad.
You're a good boy, my son.
Great mission.
Way to go, sir. Outstanding.
Look, they're still there, and they're kind of making that long will of Johnny.
Yeah, they are. I mean,
stick up for
why does...
play along.
Hobbs is a big cat, but I mean, is he really 9.5 feet tall?
No, we already talked to Flash. Skip him. Cleaning up our conversations before we fly our last Caliban mission. And then we're gonna go to Dalius, and we're gonna check out.
Take me to Caliban. That really doesn't work as well as I thought at all.
Hey, stop ragging.
Speaking of Caliban, that's an interesting edit to the PlayStation or the Game Boy version of Commander Prophecy. Do you recall the Taliban colony?
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, in
Let's get down to business, shall we?
I'm ready, sir.
Get us to the new jump point, Colonel. Word is Confed's got some other plans for us, and it'd be a shame to disappoint them. But since we're moving such a large force, you can bet the Karathi will want to give us one of their noisy send-offs. Good luck, Colonel.
So Wing Commander Prophecy has a line of flavor dialogue. It's one of the early missions where you're intercepting a human convoy because you need reinforcements on the Midway.
Yep.
And it's like, intercept a colony bound for the Taliban colony. And of course, it's just, I don't know why they ever thought that was a good name for it. It was released in 1997, so it was before.
No, the
we
Taliban
really hated the Taliban.
Yeah,
but
they
were
were
not
there.
great before that.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, at that point they were just like running Afghanistan. They weren't. That was before they blew up the Buddhas and all that. Before they actually entered the real public consciousness. But yeah.
So luckily the Game Boy version edits that and they change it to the Etruscan colony.
Italian.
Neutral. You've not steered me wrong so far, so a Hellcat it is. And again, as Leah pointed out, this is not the normal George Olzier takeoff music. It is strange, and it's not because it's extended, because the music cuts off right there. It's interesting. We really have to ask George about that at some point. Alright, one more nebula. So now instead of just the Victory, you know, in the PC version, its escorts suddenly disappear, but now we're escorting the whole fleet.
What is Victory doing sideways, though? Like, who's on top of that? Ison, get that together.
Yeah.
Get your shit together.
Sideways.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
In fact, there's so many capital ships, I suspect we're not ready to bother doing anything.
Well, I mean, it's not like you really can anyway. It's just
it's actually not as bad as that first one. And again, what do these Darkhead think they're gonna do against these
For the honor
don't
of
really
my
know.
noble fleet.
If anything, they're just raising the alarm. Victory should
Waiting your command.
Full speed.
Well, no, we learned from the novel that you should never defend your carrier.
That's true, yes. You should always be... Because you're always running to the next jump.
Just slow things down.
Bogey's in sight.
Pac-10, that makes more sense. So who do you have at your Thanksgiving up north?
Actually, one of my here.
You really nailed it.
Other relatives. He had to leave a day late. For Thanksgiving. So I haven't talked to them, so I don't know theirs, but I imagine it was pleasant. Other than that, yeah. So it was really not, it was, if anything, kind of overwhelmingly calm, so.
Blood Mist, that's why that was so hard to kill. It was Blood Mist.
I'm really terrible at that. I was watching you hammer away, and I'm like, yep, what can I say? Because we actually went out to eat, because my grandmother is 86, so she's just like, yeah, she can't do Christmas. We're going to Giant Dancing. So, she's entered that kind of phase. So yeah, we went out to dinner to the Colonial Inn, which is this very old hotel and restaurant in downtown Massachusetts. It's pretty good, though. And turkey, rack lamb, dry lamb, all that good stuff.
But as you probably noticed, out there, Allie decorated for Christmas the day after Thanksgiving, so our house is in full
My grandmother was
Christmas
insane.
mode right now.
She was like, take all this downstairs, put it on the stairs, and bring me those other bags under there. And I was like, seriously? She's like, I'm only decorating a little since we're not going to be here. And I'm like, okay. Wait
Bogey's in sight.
Now here's a destroyer fighting the fleet of scout ships.
What do you think you're going to do? Now that's a suicide charge right there. That's just a waste of it. That's a waste of a destroyer.
Waypoint
I would actually be
reached.
more upset at that captain for wasting his vessel as opposed to...
Armed ready.
Now for another game of Don't Run Out.
Armed
Don't run
ready.
into Flint.
Dishonored my clan!
Armed and ready.
Oh, there it is.
There. It's the purple nebula. Good news is there's not a nebula in the Delius system.
Yeah, it's true. There's just a fantastic asteroid. Base displayed with so little attention, it's a lot of loving detail.
Prepare to die, Lieutenant.
Armed and ready.
I wonder why all the Korathians are in this system.
Yeah, that was weird that you got Fireclaw and Blood Mist.
Now this version
Because you don't
also...
get Blood Mist at Black Band.
No, we didn't. We did not get it with Black Queen.
Well, I mean, I guess this mission makes sense.
This version of the game has the other aces too. It has Deathstroke and Deathfang. The Racktop ace we're comfortably see.
Last thing you need is an ace in the back.
I want to call him Cram as I speak because that's his first name. We're not on a first name basis. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just love the name Cram. Cram with a K.
Oh, your name's Cram with a K, is it?
Bogeys in sight.
Yeah, Vactop ace though are really fuzzy. You know, it's one of those things. It's like an extra kick in the face.
Yes, it is.
You really nailed it.
Come on, back in.
Slowly lining up.
Why are you so far away?
I mean, this is kind of a weird concept. And pitching it down the middle of the fairway. And you're dead.
By the way, the current thing on Twitter, the phrases you can use in variable or during sex. I go down for my emperor is up there. That and I shall mount your bones in my hall.
I go down for my emperor. That's way too on the nose. That was like, there's movies you see as a kid and there's parts you think are insanely funny and then, time goes on and you forget about them. I hadn't seen Beetlejuice in a really long time, and I was sitting there watching it, and all of a sudden there's the part where he's in the model and he kicks over the tree and he grabs his nuts and he goes, "Nice fucking model." As a kid, I thought that was the funniest joke of all time. I completely forgot about it when I saw the movie like a week or two ago. I literally fell out of my chair like I was a child because I was like, "Oh my god, I forgot how much." I thought that joke was great when I was like 7.
By the way, look at the jump points in this game. They're weird. They've got all these, flashing spheres.
Well, sometimes when you go down for your effort, that's when you start to see.
Well, we've got another one, obviously.
There's no true end for the Defilum.
God, I love that boy Spike.
That one's not even fair.
No, it's not.
Are you an Earthworm or an Eagle?
Oh, look, multiple destroyers inbound.
Well, hello, friends.
2 light destroyers intercepting our convoy. That's so great.
Yeah, now this is like a real interception.
This is living.
Yeah, this is definitely
the sport of kings.
This is the kind of mission you always want to see in the PC version.
Yeah, I wish we could backboard them.
This is one of those ones where it's a remaster. Split the difference in quality. You tell no one.
I would just give you a little option to flip.
Armed and ready.
Oh, there you go, like a Halo, how it has the old graphics in there. Sure. I gotcha. Go for that.
in your ship.
Why is this destroyer so
I've run out of afterburner fuel.
Armed and ready.
Oh, great. So we get some time to kill. What are you doing for the next 6 weeks?
Push it to 420.
Hey, that's as far as you're going to go in front.
Sadly, that is the case.
Oh, shit.
Armed and ready.
Clint, just disobey my orders, please.
Bogey in sight.
Well, that's it for a minute.
Yep. Smoke them if you got them.
You don't have one.
Well, you should, because you probably smoked too many times, so it'll take us to cross the space. But yep. Interesting that this destroyer is fleeing from this engagement. No honor on this kill at all. You know?
There's no point in shooting. Bad weapon discipline. Now, this would have been a nice mission to have the longbow, since this is the third destroyer I'm going up against.
Yeah, you said you
So, good job, Rachel. Easy as eating pancakes.
Mission accomplished, Colonel. Let's head home.
I actually had French toast for breakfast.
Nice.
Yep. Every now and then, you know.
Gotta treat yourself.
Like grease the wheels. Yep.
Whoa.
Why don't you just listen? Why don't you keep the paint on the carrier?
Need clearance, TCS Victory.
You're cleared, Colonel. Cap says to inform you we got company coming. I sure hope it's young female.
Because he was leaned way into the camera.
Oh.
I couldn't see what he was doing. Like, what the hell's Rollins doing? It was so weird.
No, it's a bit.
Yeah, see, shocked face. Another successful landing. Yeah, dude, every time. They should have given him.
Good job, Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
Attaboys for all 3 missions.
Way to go, sir. Outstanding.
Another happy-go-lucky huzzah from everybody.
Hooray! Okay, so now I am going to save that state, and let's visit the Delia system. Kill time while I load.
Alright, well, while he loads another disc, we're moving to Delius, as happens in the novel. And as we played last week, the greatest thing about the Delius system is the inclusion of the Kilrathi asteroid base, which is this great model that you see only in 2 missions, that includes in the PC version, there's a fly-through area with a giant...
We're skipping these conversations that we already saw today.
Lava sphere power.
Yeah, we saw it last week. It was insane.
Like a whatever
it's
the
like
hell.
A descent level.
Yeah, it's the power center at the end. The power center boss at the end of some descent level that you shoot and explode. That they're mining for some weird reason. But yeah, it's like this cap ship built into it that you get to destroy, or the Victory gets to destroy. And actually, earlier I asked Ben, "Hey, is the asteroid in there?" And he goes, "Oh, well." And then he checked, and we actually have a special kind of treat here to compare to see what they've done.
Confed wants to clear out this asteroid belt.
I mean, obviously they've removed the fly-through. I mean,
Intel's gathered sketchy info
but then
that
what other
suggests there
changes
might
they've
be a
done?
Kilrathi base somewhere in these rocks.
He shared some screenshots in Discord where I was
Give
like,
it your best, Colonel.
wait a minute, it's like, why does that look funky?
Plug for the Discord. If you ever want to hang out with a bunch of dorky Wing Commander fans 24/7, join our Discord.
That's right, there is quite a few.
Oh, and one last thing.
It's just like IRC in the old days, and everybody's welcome. We're a very accepting, welcoming community.
Yeah, there's about 50
Maniac,
people on.
you're gonna be my wingman.
That's cool.
Don't make me regret it.
Well, hold on. I can't count it. Might be
Dismissed.
No, it's
Good
about
luck.
50. I can count. It's okay. Yep.
All right, Rachel. What do you
We've
have
been
for
from
us
the
here?
young to the old.
She wants me to take a Hellcat. I'm kind of sick of Hellcats, so I'm gonna go for an arrow. Just
Yeah, I was gonna say you've really been.
we haven't pulled an arrow today.
You've really been Hellcatting out a bit.
I'm just gonna take off just missions here. Yeah, 3 missions with a Hellcat is really more than anyone should.
Yeah, in a row. I mean, that's really a lot. I mean, that's like Wing Commander 4-ish when you're really like, come on, get me the hell out of here. And then you have the option of the longbow, and you're like, well, what the hell is this? This is like.
Okay, we got an extra wingman.
Well, hey,
So you can see it's really the start of the more complex, like Wing Commander 4 style missions. Asteroids, reused asset from Super Wing Commander, by the way.
So you get the peak of the full wing attacks. Secret opposites. You have the whole
But here it's great to have just a wingman who is an NPC wingman.
Yeah, there are special treats in these. Like you do the behemoth missions and you're escorting it around, and you can send like you go to different map points, you see random wingmen, and you're like, this is awesome. It's like that was a very big treat back in the day.
Yeah, because having more than one wingman in Wing Commander 1 was incredibly rare. I mean, there's Foxtrot Wing in the Venice system. That might be it. So having multiple conflict fighters is so special.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it even feels that way when you get to Prophecy and you have some of those where, you know, you're the vampire, you're the vampire, and Devastator, and some of the story where you're being calm. It just makes the world feel bigger. Because I can remember definitely in Commander 3, those behemoth missions traveling through Torgo, so the fleet base is there. It makes sense that they're eliminated other Confederation ships. It just made that whole environment.
Autopilot offline. Hazards detected.
But then you see it a lot. You see it a lot more before. Because the split. And then I feel like Secret Ops, it's almost always all, what is it, 8 or 9?
Yeah, it's whole fleets and they all die against and
it's always
fun stuff.
Yeah, it's
almost over the top.
But it's always the same. Like it's always every pilot scrambles almost. You know, I don't feel like you ever have less than 4 wingmen. You always have.
Full of fighters. Couple of Vectots.
Target eliminated.
Ah, he got him.
Autopilot offline. Hazards detected.
Can't autopilot in the asteroids. One thing I love is that instead of just being nav 1, nav 2, nav 3, the nav points have descriptions in this version of the game. It just feels like a real military mission, a little bit more.
Tripping with those immersions. Hello! Well, now, nice shoving your arrow. Not only do we not have an asteroid, we have a carrier. Okay.
Is there a carrier in the first Delius PC?
No, I have it pulled up just in case for easy. No, you have the supply depot at the first nav point in the first mission. I don't believe you have any cap ships.
Yeah, that's right. I thought you saw the base very quickly in the original.
Yes. You see at the first nav point, and then it gives you
So at this point, you're wondering, did they replace the base with the carrier?
Yeah, because you would think so if you're this far into it. Oh, this is one hell of a losing mission. The carrier really, I feel like, is a treat and slap. you're in an arrow. Like, seriously? But what were your choices? Arrow, Hellcat?
Better T-ball. Yeah, she wanted me to take a Hellcat, so. Look, I can get right behind it. There's no turrets hitting me. It's fine.
Everything's fine.
Nothing is on fire. Now a turret is hitting me.
Oh, what the? What? Okay. So, that happened.
It's just fun.
No. Did it hit an asteroid or some shit?
No, you just got behind it and hit it.
You were not even shooting at it for seconds. Unless you're trying to say that was something small explosion.
Oh, no, I think it just took a while.
Okay.
Because it didn't have a death comm.
Alright. Sure, whatever you say.
I think my non-maniac window. Again, a better design tradition. The losing missions are harder. It's realistic, but maybe not ideal game design.
No, I mean, yeah, I feel like the designers, they definitely treat challenge than opposed to a punishing curve back that you can do. They figure that people are not going to want to lose, so they're going to succeed.
And look there!
There we go.
And look how weird it is!
Yeah, it looks like...
Affirmative, breaking formation.
It's like a tuning fork meets...
Like a Corvette.
Yeah.
Shoved into a rock somehow.
It seems to have a... Let's start first.
It definitely looks like it's meant... They removed some of the detail in terms of... conning tower object inside.
It's definitely a different model. It's almost more like the Wing Commander 4-star base shove. Whoa! Shove.
Yeah, I see what you mean, like shoved into something different.
Yeah, it's like a very smooth asteroid. And it has laser turrets, which the PC one does not. The PC one has those gray... And if we look on this side, we can see there's a fighter bay in the center there. Of course, it's not fly-through, but they put it there.
Yeah, which is a weird location. Well, I mean, that's one of the locations.
The main tower, yeah.
Yeah, because the other one, I mean, it looks like the VDU looks the same as 3, but the model itself is different,
yeah. Yeah, VDU is the same, but...
Yeah, they've removed some of the tail, looks like, and simplified the structure somehow.
Question is, how do we get away from it? Because we don't want to kill it and end the series.
Aliens,
Would you check how you change targets in this version? Because just gonna head for the head for the victory rather than attack the station. And then we ran out of afterburner fuel.
Waypoint area not secured.
Well, alright then.
Alright, well. So, how about them Knicks?
Yeah, alright then.
Waypoint area not secured.
So, how's everybody out there tonight? Any questions, comments? Anything you'd like to see in future episodes of this show? We'd love to hear about it.
So we've got time to kill right now. Oh, there we go. Autopilot. Just lit up. Oh, look at that. Great shot of the face in the background.
Big enough to be in the background.
Yeah.
Incoming kitty.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay.
There we go.
Need clearance, TCS Victory.
There we go.
You're cleared to land, sir.
Oh, I got the losing music. Maybe I was supposed to destroy. Maybe you always.
Well, because you didn't kill it? Yeah,
didn't kill the base.
Lucky you made it back in one piece.
Thanks. Let's skip the conversations. This is never going to be unique. Let's get to the briefing.
No rest for the weary, Colonel. Let's get to it.
As you wish, Captain.
You should have their middle mission here.
Now that we've hit their base, we can expect the Karate to send in the cavalry any minute. I'd like you to head them off at the pass, Colonel. Make sure nobody gets through the jump point. Go to it, Colonel.
So, these are the mission objectives.
One more thing.
Oh, and one...
Let's take Vaquero. We haven't seen him in a while.
Vaquero, I like you on my wing for this one. Dismissed, and good luck.
Eat shit and die, Gatos. Flint, why is Flint still there?
Because I remember I loaded to...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, she says Thunderbolt, I'll take Thunderbolt.
It's interesting how the longbow is not...
No option for longbow at all, yeah.
Ooh, excuse me.
Right. An extra wingman on this one, too.
Ready to ride the
Fancy heck.
Waypoint reached.
You'll be destroyed, to die.
ready to ride the feline. One target eliminated.
Missile impact.
So what are we going to do on the show next week?
Next week we have PC.
Waypoint reached.
So we're starting the big old Behemoth series. We'll have some Christmas spectacular things probably.
Yeah, we got to get some Christmas stuff in before we break for the holidays.
Yep. Because in the years past, there's been several fans.
Oh yeah, we'll have some Wing Commander Christmas stuff, holiday stuff. All
there's always been like a plethora of guys on stuff. My favorite always been Mark's.
Oh, they're the best.
The greeting cards, Christmas cards. Yeah, those fantastic. I've done other things over the years.
By the way, I lost my extra wingman.
Well, you're a real jerk like that. I'm sure, we'll probably do have to do some type of reading of false colors.
Yeah,
for
sure.
Segment,
I have been cheated of my victory.
And in fact, I think we will not have an episode in 2 weeks because
I'll be in Jamaica, Mon.
And it's Star Wars night.
Oh, that's true. The 20th, right?
19th, yeah.
Oh, right there you go.
Thursday the 19th. So.
Oh, you're going. I was thinking I was going to go one day to see. I leave the following month to go to Jamaica, so
Good day, Nebula.
I think I might have a special guest to replace you.
Oh, will he be visiting from
the Chronotron Institute? Yeah.
He'll be able to remote in, will he? We'll have to see. Could be a bear of a situation.
Explain that joke if you want.
I'm not explaining that joke at all.
Missile.
I'm an icon.
I don't think it's fully complete though. It's like a special episode. It's very special. It's like a end of credit after credits.
Shit, there they are.
That's true. It's true. I was gonna say we might have Righteous Fire as well. We're at 2.5 hours right now.
What is the Righteous Fire?
I was gonna ask you how you was feeling.
Fine. Down for some RF.
And then, yeah, who knows? We eventually need to start. Well, I guess we'll try to push off our Armada campaign. That's what we're doing.
The new year.
Yeah, we already have these two. Well, because we have technically 3 games going right now.
Yeah, we're very close to done with Righteous Fire.
Yeah. We got plenty of games later.
Oh, look, it's another carrier.
Oh, excellent. I'm so glad you chose.
Credit for Rachel for this one.
Huzzah for Rachel.
It's a carrier and some other capital ship over there.
Corvette?
Corvette.
Yeah, they don't like to team it up with it. They don't like to really go beyond that.
Ready to ride the feline.
Which is kind of nice, I guess. I mean, I think they. I don't think they've ever done two heavier captains.
We saw 2 destroyers last time.
And then there was the 2 destroyers and a train. No, that was a destroyer for a transport at one point.
Yeah, it was a whole fleet of transports.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah, I don't think they've given you anything. Look at that carry. They're always such a treat. Too, just even though they don't give you the same kind of build-up.
Got those insights, sir.
They're specifically telling you it's in the mission because, as you said earlier, making kind of broad, full-motion video dialogue choices in order to have the ability to tweak these things. Whereas, if we want you to type the word, yes, there's a carrier, and well, what's that?
Hit it with a torpedo.
I don't always like how the delayed death in these things where it's not always evident that you've killed it. And then there's like this 6-second or so delay of it and it just randomly explodes, it seems like. The excitement is palpable right now. Although this has been a pretty carrier-heavy. Was this the 3rd carrier you killed?
Yeah.
Like, you're really doing a decimation job on this fleet here. Losing 3 carriers is no joke. Even in Marathi where they have something at this point,
Your people are soon becoming scared.
They Is there anyone who's credited with sinking more than one carrier in real life?
No, the closest, no, I believe, would be Richard Best during Midway, where he puts the killing element, and then later he puts another element here. He wouldn't necessarily make his the killing element. So it's a level 5 or 6. He's the only guy who has bombed. Yeah. Other than that, yeah. Watching the end of The Irishman. It's only been 2.5 hours. And still got I mean, you know.
Still Act 1.
Oh, the honor
Act 1, Part 7, 1961.
Let me list all the Mafia guys and then tell you what happened in 1961. This is better than a Marvel movie.
We're gonna skip 62, but then we're gonna get you to 63 and go through actually in real time. Or she could be watching a better series. I don't know what started this song.
Ready to engage, sir.
The Goodfellas does it. Casino.
alien scum.
Yep. There we are. Cruising through the
Missile impact.
I don't know why they're so far away. It's spawned really far from the carrier.
Maybe they're returning to base after a mission or something.
Oh, maybe they're running, actually.
I didn't think so. Their range was holding. So
no, look there. Look how fast they're getting away.
You will die with
Waypoint area not secured.
Your people will soon be our slaves.
Ready to ride the feline.
Dares to attack? I have dishonored my clan!
Done with a bunch of missiles out there.
That sounds like the American. You play that sweet, sweet keyboard symphony piano you play, my friend. Play that in a church? Oh, he's singing hard for you.
Almost there. Oh, I'm damaged.
That's not you.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah. Oh, thank. Here we go.
Need clearance, TC.
Now, I'm curious. What could the killing mission on this be? Is the mission shown and blast it away in a second, like the PC version?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Or are they gonna screw you for a
gonna
while? Watch it like load you with a longbow and want you to torpedo it to death. Again, look at you! You've been getting cheered by the whole band quite a bit this evening.
Yeah,
it's like the third or fourth
last
time.
briefing.
Listen up, girl. As usual, we have our work cut out for us.
No doubt, sir.
We're gonna burn that base down to the ground, Colonel. They'll never get a chance to build it back up. I want nothing but crater. You leave immediately.
You know what? That was cut to remove the idea that we were escorting the victory. It very quickly went to, we're going to burn that base down.
These are the...
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, because was that the same wireframe? I don't remember the weird shape.
I think it was the same wireframe.
Okay, because I don't remember that bulb, like, whatever the hell that was being. I remember the carve-out. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Huh, it's been a while.
Yep, they're giving me a longbow.
Oh, here we go, baby.
I know better than just
That's
switch
right.
ships there.
Don't you go tasting your flavors, my friend. They give you the longbow, you son of a bitch, you take the longbow. It's not an option in this game, you just go for it. Alright, now what type of shit show is this going to be?
Seem to be sending me to destroyers.
Vactoff. And Asteroid, so have fun with that.
Vactoff's on the rocks.
Oh, hello. There's a long out there.
I'm fighting. Trying to go accidentally.
Okay. So just check out there.
Oh, the honor of my
Oh, destination base. That's what it's. I go down for my emperor.
Missile impact.
trying to think of other ones that are now horribly inappropriate.
I think we've had the two best ones.
Yeah.
Oh, it's base in lowercase for some reason. Nice typo, guys.
It's not that big of a base, okay? It's a minor base. So you just shut your mouth.
But I'm talking about bases.
All about that base.
It's party time. Watch and learn, Colonel.
The ones are,
Yeah, look, we're not escorting the victory at all. It's up to us to destroy this base.
Waypoint reached.
I've just learned my play. How many torpedoes does it take to get to the center of the deadliest asteroid? One.
One torpedo.
Two.
Two torpedo.
I'm sure the three of us that get that. Although it is weird that the count does have, it seems weird to have an ICBM in his castle. You know?
No, that we looked it up.
Oh, that's
it wasn't a thing.
No, that's right. I just thought that. That's right. Why did I think? I remember we did look at that. He does have a rocket at some point or something. What was the answer?
Get a clock or something.
This thing's really taking a beating.
Yeah, it's taken 2, 3 torpedoes. Ah, there we go.
There we go.
3 did it.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, though.
Yeah. And it's really taking time to explode, also.
No. Okay, yeah, for a second there, I was like, what is that, a bug?
So that was a crazy fun set of missions.
That was different. Yeah, those were Delius really an well, I won't say appreciated. No. Played less than it should be.
Definitely.
You know, I mean, it doesn't really delay you. You can do it as one quick mission just to get to see the asteroid base, or you can make it the full thrill.
Party time.
And this one, yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting to do the full three.
Autopilot
Yeah,
offline.
that base never shows up anywhere else. Like
never.
No, and it's a great mod.
Autopilot offline. Hazards detected.
Well, I feel good about myself.
As you should, my friend. As you should. You just killed a lot of Kilrathi military and probably their dependents lived on that asteroid base. Hope you feel good about yourself.
Doubt they send their dependents to the secret spy base.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they must have a brothel there. I can't imagine there's not.
Maybe Kilrathi are not as ruddy as humans.
I'm gonna wager a guess that you comfort cats.
Boy, do I ever have the men's in Wars novel for you.
Need clearance, TCS Victory.
The only good cat is a dead cat, sir.
I think they're just called slaves from Fawcett. He made the Clerks kind of commentary about it. So
yeah.
They're just slaves. I would assume they're just slaves. No, nothing else.
That's probably right.
Oh my god,
right.
again! You get the crowd.
I love the
Seriously?
base myself.
Jesus. Save your state.
No, I don't need it because I saved it.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, well that was a whole lot of Wing Commander 3 for the 3DO. Arguably more than we expected.
Yeah.
But before we do a little bit of Righteous Fire...
Yeah, I'd say let's definitely break it up with the Bay.
Go to the cargo bay.
Wow, that seemed longer than a normal cargo bay.
Yeah.
What we got? Show me.
A couple little things this week to share.
Yep.
First, I made a couple of purchases on Etsy, which is the... it's like a craft marketplace where people sell stuff they make mostly. There's some vintage stuff. I always search for Wing Commander because some of the shirt will show up or whatever. But I got a couple of things that were made by sellers this time. The first one, and I don't know why it exists, is
these are things?
Stickers of Raptor cockpits. Someone is selling these for $3.
Just so you see, they're about business. They're
very small.
They're smaller than a business card by a little bit.
I also got a very mini one that they sent for free along with the ones.
This really seems like...
I don't know why it exists, but it's neat.
You know, it's like full. It's like, big wallet size and real wallet size.
Yeah, and they're that like latex foamy. They're kind of like
they're thick,
laptop stickery.
They're like good. Yeah, this is something you'd slap on the back of.
I stuck one on my cell phone case already.
Okay.
We just thought that was. I saw it on there. I figured, why not? So if you guys have a great place to stick a couple of Raptor stickers, let me know and I will do that. We'll save one for posterity, but we have one we can put anywhere in the world. You let us know where, and we'll do it.
Yeah, sure. The little one, I feel like you should have. You have one. You should put these two somewhere.
Yeah, I should save those. You can put them in the slot there if you want.
Easy there, cowboy. This is a family show.
The other Etsy pickup, I'm very impressed with.
That is, yes, I can see from here nice. That looks impressive. That's kind of serious.
It is somebody who makes kind of puffy patches. And it's the Wing Commander movie Confed logo, and it's all 3D. It's got like a thick Velcro-y thing. If you're like one of those tactical boys, there's like a
you should say this actually has some legit weight to it. Yeah, like this is gonna like this is. I feel like this would also be like a great coaster. Like it's serious.
It was like $12 shipped from England.
I was gonna say, this definitely, nice. Yeah, this I can see this being $12. This is very high quality.
This is really nice, yeah.
Like it's hard to try to show like how like thick it. Like this is like that's really impressive. That's really nice work somebody did. And here's a T-shirt.
This we showed off last week because we showed the picture from the auction 2 weeks ago.
What a build-up you had! You should have loved that.
It's the Wing Commander 4 shirt that I got.
All right.
This was a promotional shirt for Wing 4. I've seen them and never managed to win one before, so
is there anything
I was very happy. There's one on the back too.
Oh no, I just wasn't sure if there's anything below that before I flipped it around.
Yeah,
Take the battle home.
So there's essentially 3 categories of shirts if you're a collector of this sort of thing. There's retail shirts that would be sold to everybody. There is like marketing promotional shirts that we printed in a couple hundred of them, and they would be given out to stores and sellers and so on. That's what this is. And then the rarest type of shirt is team shirts, which are printed in very low numbers. So this is a harder to find shirt. I think it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And last and not least, I hope, are 2 auctions I won.
Those look pathetic. Terrible last item.
Terrible. No, so these are.
What we got?
I got these from Ginger Lynn. If you're under 18, do not look at her auctions. But she will occasionally post, in addition to old underwear and porn awards and videos and things, occasionally she'll find some Wing Commander trinket that she lists on eBay.
I think she said the wrong thing. This has a lot of different weird parts for the filming here. It doesn't seem like prophecy unless it's a list of men from the shoot in order.
So it is. That's exactly what it is. This is the shooting schedule for Wing Commander Prophecy. So you see all of the characters and what days they were needed. So, for instance, we learned from this that Mark Hamill shot for 4 days on Prophecy, whereas Casey shot for the full 10. This is actually the cover page for her contract. I previously bought her contract on eBay, so now I have the cover page too.
This is great for history. Often you just find this and you're like, where's the rest of it? And they don't
put it back together. The fascinating thing about it, Crocodile Productions was EA's internal FMV production group at the time. But the most interesting thing about this was seeing the schedule for Prophecy and learning that they shot the full motion video segments in 10 days. That's 2-week shoot. That's insane. We knew they cut the budget way down to try to save money after Wing Commander 4, but 10 days is nuts. For comparison, Wing Commander 3 shot for 25 days, Privateer 2 30 days, Wing Commander 4 for 43 days, and the Wing Commander movie for 52 days. So Prophecy was a TV style shoot rather than the others, which were kind of more based on a movie, and that's just crazy to me that they got all that done so quickly. So if you've ever wondered why there's seems to be less with Commander Prophecy videos because they were really under the gun. Yeah, that's what I wanted to share from my collecting this week.
Here's your porno lady contract.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's Crocodile Productions there, EA's internal production house. And we'll have scans of those up at the CIC. I tweeted them already, but we'll have high-res scans if anybody else wants to examine them. And with that, let's
get righteous.
Let's take a trip to the righteous system, righteous fire system.
Pull these up.
Now this week we are.
Taylor.
If you remember last time we finished Lynn Murphy's missions.
Got me on.
That's all the work I have for you right now. I do have a standing offer though. There's this guy named Manesh.
Darling,
you may hear about him in
please?
your travels. I've heard the Confederation is offering a big bounty on him. If you ever get around to collecting it, come back here.
Taylor.
And I'll supplement the bounty by 20,000.
This is not Taylor, this is Lynn Murphy.
That guy's been a thorn in my side for a long time. Anyway, thanks again. See you.
Manesh, huh? I'll remember that.
Never, meet anywhere besides a bar.
So as we learned last time, Righteous Fire has kind of a non-linear start. There are several sets of missions. You don't have to do all. You can skip one set, but you can do them in any order. Technically, we've done enough to continue to the end of the plot, to the Galactic part of the plot anyway. But I want to do them all anyway. So we're going to go visit Taylor, who is in the Sherwood system, I believe.
Yes.
And where is the Sherwood system?
Sherwood is in Humboldt near Capella and Famine, so up near the top.
Humboldt.
No, go up. So no, sorry, Ferris.
Ferris. Save Ferris. Okay.
And it's right there. See, in the middle of it.
Okay, so that's quite a chunk of a way. Okay, yes. So it's got a long jump down to what?
Junction.
Okay, so let's head to Junction. So we're in New Constantinople now. Oh, we're just one jump from Junction.
Yes, Taylor does have some. She's got, because of her location.
Prepare to be searched. Maintain speed and force. No contraband detected. You may proceed.
Look at this speed by which this game is flying by compared to what we're playing.
Yeah,
I feel like this looks like we're on like crack or something. It's flying by so fast. You want to go Nexus.
Nexus.
Nexus to Capella.
Pirate problems first.
I got pirate problems, son.
Nice.
The speed by which this is flying by, like my eyes are confused because we've been playing it so slow on the 3DO. It seems like it's just like way too fast.
I actually went to Sherwood High School. So this is like old home. I don't know why. Both my high school and my elementary school were named Sherwood. And I don't know why that is, because I live in suburban Maryland. There's nothing named Sherwood here.
I went to Pinkerton Academy for high school.
Prepare to be searched.
Like a military academy for bad boys or something?
No, it's just what they call the public high school for the district. But Pinkerton was not a... He wasn't related to, the
no contraband detected. You may proceed.
Our mascot was... it said it was the Sherwood Warrior, but it was a guy in a Robin Hood outfit.
Mine was Al Shepard went to my
You're
high
about
school
to suck
with the
void,
Astros.
buddy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yes, Al Shepard is from Derry.
Just like the It Clown!
No, that's from Maine.
Oh. That's Maine. Derry, Maine. Whatever.
Is it Derry? Yeah, I think it is.
It's Derry, isn't it?
No, I thought it was some other weird one of his fake Maine towns, like Rocky.
Well, somebody out there let us know where the It Clown is from.
I'm pretty sure that's something. That's me. That's like that's near my universe.
My uncle was a child grabbing killer clown, and who would know?
That's right. Just for CBA. Oh, you. It seems like forever since we killed you. It's been a while. I feel you.
I'm like further cementing my pirate's hatred of me as I head off to their star system to play pirate missions.
Yep, probably fly through a lot of asteroids.
Bite your tongue.
Well, our first mission is a 5 jumper. We're gonna go from Sherwood down all the way down to Pentonville.
What nav point
Oh
is
my
it
goodness,
at?
I think we fucked up.
What? Oh, is she at Pentonville and we're supposed to go to... Is she at Pentonville?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, fly Talia's personal goods to Tuck's pirate base in the Sherwood system.
Okay. Okay, we're sorting this up. Alright.
Don't make sure. Well, check your jump fuel so you don't run out or something. Make sure to land in a system that has plenty.
Well, if I die, I'll just load back and it'll be fine.
Yeah, probably as easy as to go into Constantinople. I just like the good thing I was like, fly Talia's supposed to be the Tux, and I'm like, what the hell is Tux? But then I'm like, wait, it's at Pentonville. But then she's at Sherwood after that, so yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she continues from Sherwood. Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was remembering.
So yeah, maybe I would just load your
Yeah,
just load, yeah.
Stuff. By the way, controller, I'll D-will self-destruct you.
Because everyone loves that.
Okay, you want to direct me now?
Yes, you're gonna go Junction.
Junction 19C Pentonville. Okay.
Yep. You're that's probably one of the most common jump lines you take in Privateer. I feel like is that way.
Is that one that lone angry Orion had to?
Or no, just go 119 CE. I feel like it's a system you spend a lot
Let
more
me know
time
if you
in
hit
the
trouble
thing
in my
jumping
car.
through.
Yeah, from the name.
Yeah.
You think, oh, you're never gonna go there. But
No, you're there all the time.
common one.
You're there all the time. Say, what are you doing there, sloppy fingers? But to miss the jump point there and circle around. That's embarrassing.
Trying to turn my ITTS.
That's embarrassing. You know, missing a jump node. That's embarrassing for a guy. It's hard to recover from that type of stuff.
So you got any plans this weekend?
I think I'm going to try to finally go see Midway. I've been waiting. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had time. I've either been busy traveling or so. These theaters, you know, in the next like 2 days, I'm going to try to go see with my
Prepare to be searched. Maintain
So I'd like
speed
to do it
and course.
Saturday. Other than that, though,
No
yeah.
contraband detected. You may
Patriots a
proceed.
big football game on Sunday against the Chiefs. We'll have to see how that goes. They were not looking so hot last Sunday night. That kind of sucked, but you know, life goes on.
Oh, did the Patriots lose another game?
Yes, they lost to the Texans. So now
That's embarrassing.
it is very embarrassing.
What happened to your boys?
I don't know. Their offense looks very good.
You kept it wrong.
Yes, look at you just saying words you know.
I'm just saying words I've heard.
Yes, you're just repeating things I feel that you don't understand. Yeah. Now, Gronk is on TV now. Very ridiculous.
You're about to suck void, buddy.
CBD boys. No, other than that, what about yourself?
I've got some work to finish up, but no big plans.
You know, I just realized that something that we didn't mention, that I don't know if it's necessarily afterburner quality or if that's just a random throw in, but as I was watching you with your Warthog over there, Thrustmaster has announced kind of a return to the past where they're making a new stick based on the F-16s.
Oh yeah, they're
So
doing a new magnetic stick with replaceable grips.
Yeah, they're going back, so it's a tad different than, you know, the one you currently have. Not by very much, though. I think it just replaces maybe a button, like a hat with a button or something. But yeah, they're going back to the classic Thrustmaster. You know, they made their mark with the F-16 sticks, and
by the way, look at this weird nav point. It's an asteroid field with multiple draymen and pirates. And it's the pirate base. So what is happening? Are these draymen trying to get to the pirate base?
They're just dropping off something, you know, they just got lost.
I was looking for directions on how to get away from that.
Yeah. But that's cool to see Thrustmaster now returning to that type of thing. And it's an F-16C, so I don't even think it's the new one. Shouldn't it be like
I hate this nav point a lot.
I was totally wrong. There's like a bazillion there's block variants. There's like 16. The good old Viper. Solid single aircraft. Famous by Iron Eagle, which is not Top Gun, it's my dad. That makes all the difference.
Come on, pirate base, let me land. I hate asteroids. I've seen enough of them in the Delius system.
Now entering an automatic landing zone.
This is a really rocky show. Alright, now that we've started this the correct way now. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Hello, Taylor.
Hopefully they
Wow,
I
never expected to see you again. What's new?
With it.
The usual. Boy meets gun, boy blows up drone, boy loses gun. You know the story.
I heard. Say, you interested in some dirty work?
Probably.
I could use you to deliver some personal cargo for me. I needed to go to Tuck in Sherwood. No contraband, and I'll make sure the pirates stay off your back. The job pays $10,000. I'll meet you at Tuck. How about it?
Why, there's her full portrait.
Great, see you there.
Good thing we have the head museum to show us what she looks like right there.
All right, well, let's play her mission. There's no ship dealer here, so we no repairing, no picking up missiles. Now, what am I gonna fake? I'm gonna run into some of those retro guys in this mission, or what?
Let's see. Talia number 1. Scripted encounters, according to the not exactly reliable guide, is none.
Okay, it's not totally reliable, but we'll trust it for now.
Yeah, I'd say you're probably gonna just encounter pirates, if we're being honest. But this is you get a long haul here, and then the rest of your missions are 2 jumps. 3 jumps, 3 jumps. So not bad, but they give you a haul. This is a 5 jump. This is actually
catch you on the next run.
Outside of the end of plot missions of the game itself.
Yeah, there's a reason everybody skips the Taylor missions.
Yeah. Wait, because then you're flying out of Sherwood, where then you get to go to Pasby, which is one of the dead end systems, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in Humboldt. They can only get to from Ferris, and then it has you going to Junction, and then it has you going to Pyrenees. So those are Pyrenees is a real kick in the face because then you're going to Freyja. Those are some real heavy asteroid systems. So I remember I once got stuck with the mission. It was like a 30,000. Credit patrol through like 5 nav points in Freya, but then it was, all Kilrathi and all asteroids all the time.
Now, where should I head?
For this one, you should go. Which are you doing? Her first Sherwood, or?
Yeah, I want to go to Sherwood.
Oh, so go 1-9. Yeah, so Junction, Nexus, Capella. Sherwood.
Okay, that makes sense. Yep.
Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Junction. Okay, what's that?
It's a retro.
Traitor to humanity,
Well, there's
feel
no making friends with
our
those.
wrath.
The right part is very tricky with those, because you know really very little lead on what to do. So you're kind of, I can see people probably, they use that post for this game, I imagine, would be a lot of angry stumbles.
I remember people about this game being furious that you had to run drugs. Yeah, that was a moral outrage at the time. Imagine taking Grand Theft Auto and
maintain speed and
Well, you run drugs in
no
Privateer.
contraband.
No, I mean Privateer.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying- all right.
No, people were pissed that you had to run drugs in Privateer and fiction video game guys.
Yeah, this isn't Knights of the Old Republic. You get to choose your light and dark choices here. Like you're gonna run some drugs. Listen, brilliance. It sounds like a good drug. It's brilliance, you know. It's not like heroin.
Now we want to go to Nexus.
It's not like heroin or something. And they never force you to run tobacco. Drug running is also very profitable in Privateer.
Oh, these are mission specific hunters.
The advantage is mine.
Well, there
Now
you go.
Interesting. CSC guide is wrong.
All about that. Well, these are things that have never been fully dissected, which one day...
It's our job. Dissect this stuff.
Yeah, you're just talking.
Killing you will put me in the black, flyboy.
Terminator here.
I listen to no one. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Ben.
I really don't want to kill more hunters.
Or spending cash.
So how's everybody out there in TV land doing?
Well, the last check-on was, oh man, I loved running drugs in Privateer. So...
People today love drugs.
Yep.
Our society's so much more accepting.
Love them drugs. Give me all the brilliance. You know, sometimes I just love doing one of those all brill balls. I wish there was a cool name for like a speedball. I love doing ultimate and brilliance at once. It just gets me so rocked.
Good sci-fi slang, question mark.
You get a real brill ball, man. You just roll it up in some ultimate. And then you put tobacco
Hard to believe you're not a professional video game writer.
Well, you are, and you're not helping here invent one.
Do snorts?
No. You combine ultimate and brilliance.
Come on, guy. I'm obviously not gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you, my man.
Maintain speed and course for contraband search. No contraband detected. You may proceed.
No contraband detected, but you are being chased by a bunch of mercenaries.
Maybe you could. Leha asked instead of drugs, we run the game from the next generation that Wesley steals them all from.
Yeah.
Could you run that? Would you be okay with running that instead? Something that clearly is more manipulative and controlling than drugs? I feel like in the end it's probably way worse.
What the... I assume there was some second part to the game where like aliens were gonna use the Federation
in horrible
some
bad
way.
ways. Yeah, so drugs just do the damage to you.
And your loved ones.
That's right.
Dare to keep kids off drugs.
Or as many kids I used to say, dare to keep me off drugs. I dare to drugs. So, the future is crazy, man.
Yeah, it turns out all the drugs they told us were scary back then are just fine now. She didn't keep those pirates friendly. Well, I'll repeat my question from earlier because it'll matter again. What nav point is the base at in the Sherwood system?
Nav 3.
Alright.
It's called Tux Pirate Base.
You're about to suck void, buddy.
Like Fire Tuck.
Yeah.
It's in the Sherwood system.
You know, yeah, like Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talented way.
Yeah, that felt like a super talent.
You're about to suck void,
No,
buddy.
because too many of you guys
sounded like
different friends.
that sounded like
Not
a
looking
horse
for trouble,
call.
Ace.
And you, oh, look at that. The guy you made friendly is now angry. And
No, he's fine.
He's
fine with it.
Everything's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. I killed his friend. Deserved it.
You're a loose end looking to be tied, pal.
I don't need to fight you. I can just go through the jump.
Yeah, you're really not the best at just running away. You're really kind of, I'm not gonna lie, kill happy.
I like to kill.
Yeah, they really, and maybe didn't have a conversation with you if you were zero happy, because you seem to be. Dave McCampbell was like that. That's why he was the highest scoring ace in the Navy. And also he was happened to be deployed at the absolute opportune moment to kill the most enemy aircraft.
Well, good for him.
But yes, they definitely thought he was zero happy. Hey, watch that rock, my friend.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah. You have to decapitate yourself with an asteroid. And your very G language fiddlesticks.
Hey, no malarkey.
Not on this bus. Not on this bus. I really feel like Senator Malarkey from Massachusetts is probably pissed. I like how you're afraid to just after in for the random rock to come through the base and smash you right in the face.
Yeah.
Now entering an automatic
It's
landing
a real,
zone.
like, you know, this man doesn't fear much, but he fears the random privateer asteroid.
The asteroid at the very end of the mission.
Yes, where then you...
For sure.
And then you see it and you're spinning as you prepare to land on the base.
Hey,
Congratulations,
What's up,
you
babe?
finally made it.
Yeah. Say, just what was that personal stuff anyway?
None of your business, naturally. And speaking of business, I've got a load of brilliance for you to smuggle.
Now I'm running drugs.
There's nothing like running a gauntlet of self-righteous confeds. Where's the brilliance going?
A mining base in Precipi called Theratos.
Precipi,
It should be a piece
okay.
of cake, if you can
I
avoid
guess that's how you
consequences.
pronounce that.
Come back here for payment.
Okay.
What's the wages?
CP?
20,000.
Okay, I guess.
Deal?
I say Precip in my head, but Precipi, I guess that's how she
Good
says
luck.
it.
See you
That's
soon.
how I say it, Precipi. You're gonna have some militia though in New Caledonia.
I am not killing militia. Against my code, man. Alright, so we want to go to New Caledonia, you say?
Yeah, you're gonna go Sherwood up to New Caledonia and then down to Precipi, whatever the hell you decide. Precipi.
That doesn't look. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, Caledonia, because then see that straight jump straight down right here.
Oh, okay.
It's a dead end system
You're right,
in
you're right.
Humboldt. Listen, I've been flying you around the Gemini all goddamn summer. All right. When I steered you wrong, except that time we started going to Sherwood.
that time
like
today.
literally today, we started going to the wrong way at first. Listen, I just said I was perfect. I just said I got us around. I have to sit in the back of this goddamn Centurion because you had to sell my real seat, so we have this little cargo bay in the back.
You got a turret seat.
Turn my ass. There's only a kitchenette on this son of a bitch. Yep.
Damn asteroids.
Yeah.
I don't suppose she's gonna follow me to Precipi.
No, then you have to go back. Yeah, then you gotta do more brilliance. Next one.
Sometimes it's just fun to shoot a rock.
Everybody loves a rock. Better to shoot it than smoke it. Better to shoot it than smoke it.
Alright, headed to New Caledonia. There's a TCS New Caledonia, I think in the Wing Commander 4 novelization. Is it connected? Probably not.
Probably not. You never
Prepare to be searched. Maintain speed and course.
That was important logistical.
Contraband detected. All units close and terminate.
Uh-oh.
I think it's easy to run, my friend.
I do need to run. I don't kill cocks. Has your beer melted?
Yes, this one has melted, actually.
Nice.
In the reading time, yes, it has.
Meanwhile, my water is just fine. And the reason for that is that I didn't put it in the freezer.
Well, when I bought these, these were warm. I had like a 4-hour journey up a quarter-mile to Rockville Pike from where I picked up the pizza this evening. So, yeah. That literally took half an hour, where the rest of my drive took 40 minutes. So, yeah. Now I understand why I never come that way. Here we are, speeding on our way.
We're on our way. Oh, I got away. Maybe those weren't mission specific.
Well, it said just you said you just encounter militia there, so I think it just means.
Oh, but these are mission specific hunters.
Well, I guess you always have hunters then.
Whoever did that guide way back when did not do a good job of identifying hunters specifically, it seems like.
No, it's militia. Yeah, it has militia listed as your enemies for their everything.
Oh good, this one has asteroids.
Just smoking out a little game, flyboy.
Yeah. That was not a mission-specific hunter. So I do think I winged her with my right shield.
It's fine. It's fine. Just wait for it to appear. Come right out of the center of that son of a bitch.
Now entering an automatic landing zone.
Alright, we've landed here. No ship fixing. Oh, that's why this is kind of a haul, because I do not have I don't have an opportunity to repair my ship ever.
Yeah, that's a.
Alright, let's head back to Caledonia. Mining.
Because your next ones, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think. Jeez. I don't think you actually get a place that has it. Junction, maybe? Yeah, I don't know if Spec and Junction has.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Speak to you.
God, watch it be speak.
Is that right? Let's see.
You'll notice I'm maintaining the quote minimum safe speed or maximum safe speed for an asteroid belt, which is 250 kps. Learned that in Wing Commander 1, part of the cockpit protection. And who do we have here?
No, Speaky, or whatever the hell it is, also does
You're
not
about to
have a
suck
ship deal.
void, buddy.
Yeah, they're really torturing us here.
Yeah, they are really sending you to the meat grinder. Because then after that, you're in the vast impurities, where I'm going to wager a guess it's also detailed.
I get that a lot.
No, Fast does. So that's where you're first gonna. They're thinking you're gonna repair and reload it. Fast. 4 missions.
Nice.
All right. Seems rather crazy.
Well, gotta keep the ship in good condition then.
I would. It's a bit of a quiet evening, I'd say.
Yeah, so.
For the chat, we've been maintaining about the same numbers, give or take.
Nice. It's nice that people tune in for this. I hope it's interesting to people. I'm having fun. Okay, we didn't have 3, and...
You're about to suck void, buddy.
We always give the people what they never feel to look at, except we do.
That sounds good.
Listen, at least the sound worked for 60 seconds plus.
Watch it turn out that no one is watching and the sound doesn't work, and we have 3 hours of...
It's been broadcast. It's what I came to contact. Like you said, she had 17 hours of static on her recording device. That's why you can't trust James Woods in anything. I'm really just watching the teams.
I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. Contact.
This crate's about.
And I've never forgiven early South Park for its whole, like, it made it, like, you know, there was some early South Park where they, like, make a joke about how bad the movie is, like, aliens are dead, and every dumbass in the world repeated that for years. Like, no, it's fine. It's not a problem with the movie. You saw an episode of South Park, you jerk. You're not thinking critically.
It's a fine movie.
Catch you on the next run.
Talk
Looking
to me.
sharp, eh?
Talk dirty to me. Talk dirty.
You're clear for clicks.
4 of them. Guys. I'm not gonna risk my ship battling you guys in asteroid field.
I didn't see you, and you're blind. Got it?
Yeah, not where you have very little opportunity for a long time to repair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I would strongly...
Luckily, your fusion cannons can take a lot of damage. And I preserved 14 IMREX through all this, so...
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, when you're just burning through towns, it's like one of those things where you know, you don't want to waste the IMREX.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not worth the expense.
Maybe I'm gonna need them. I mean, 2 IMREX is a dead town, pretty much guaranteed, which is nice to know.
Now entering an automatic landing zone.
It's an escape valve.
You're back. Good work. I've got another brilliance run for you if you're interested.
Tell me the payoff first.
30,000.
Go on.
Fly to Junction and deliver the stuff to Speaky. Come back here.
Speaky, it is Speaky.
How come you're not giving any of these missions to your normal pilot?
I mean, that makes
pals?
sense. That's what it
I
looks
think
like.
some of them are nervous about the increased
take
retro
that.
activity. Plus, you've proven yourself more reliable.
I'm glad you finally noticed.
What do you say?
That's fine. It has been 3 hours, 26 minutes, so that's
I will be right back.
I will not accept or reject Talia. I will just sit here.
Yes.
And we will wonder. We will debate the merits of running drugs for her to Speaky now that we know.
Talk amongst yourself for just a moment.
Yes. So, yep. After this, though, we have to go. Speaking, we're doing quite the tour of the Ferris Quadrant, at least with these missions, through systems that nobody ever wants to fly through because they're filled with asteroids and unpleasantness. So it's not really, it's challenged. The money is usually good, but the aggravation is, to be perfectly honest, for me, not really worth it in the end. I feel like you kind of get lured by the money, but then realize that this sucks to have to deal with all this, and it's easier just to do 2 or 3 slightly easier missions in, you know, a more civilized quadrant than it is to spend time in Ferris running drugs or always being far away from a ship dealer, especially. Like, I feel like that's also the real kick there, because you have their civilized bases or fully developed bases are so few and far between in this quadrant.
True.
Good luck.
Cliffhanger is complete.
Alright, I'm ready for another 3.5 hours.
Oh, man. I'm trying not to talk a whole lot because I've been sick the last week where my throat has been bad, where my girlfriend the other day, she had meetings and like couldn't speak, where I was like, I can't even hear what you're saying to me. So yeah, I've been trying not to talk a terrible amount this evening. Or talking quieter than normal as a result. You were going
Nexus, right?
Yeah, you're going Capella Nexus Junction. Yep.
Asteroids, man. Asteroids.
Right
Give me anxiety.
Right about that.
If we play for long enough, the new Mandalorian will be available. No, I think it's at like 9 a.m. So.
Oh, I have not watched any of them yet.
Oh, it's really good.
You know, I spent half a week watching The Irishman, so, you know, give me a break.
So what, you're about a third of the way through?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, then I started at like 6:30 or 7 or something, and I was like, man, what the hell's going on? And I'm like, there's still 56 minutes left in this. Like, Hoffman's dead.
My real accomplishment this week, Allie and I finished almost all of our Christmas shopping.
There you go.
For my immediate family, anyway, because they're celebrating Christmas extra early. My brothers are coming home, I think, on the 17th, so
yeah, you're
we
like
had to be ready extra early.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work. I have to figure that out because like we're going to Jamaica, so like I'm not bringing crap there. So
yeah, just get it done
Sunday, whatever.
before,
Yeah.
Prepare to be searched.
Oh.
Maintain speed and
bad.
course.
We're going to Nexus, right?
Contraband detected.
Yes.
All units close and terminate.
Well, now they're closing and terminating. So, well, at least there's not rocks. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. No, you don't. Yeah, if anything, your next. Well, this one will be rock free. The last mission though is gonna be a real suck. That's gonna really suck.
As it goes. As it goes.
You're gonna go. You're going Regulus, Freya,
Freya.
So you're doing that kind of left side, which is, although I mean, I guess.
Can I run away from these guys, or are they mission? I think these may be mission-specific militia.
Yeah, I think you can run from every. I would just run from them.
I'm running from them, but they're not disappearing, which tells me they are probably mission-specific. Oh, no, they disappeared. Okay, they were not mission-specific.
Well, sometimes that's how the world turns. 1 second you're saying it is, the next second.
You're finished, flyboy.
Alright there, Warlock. Shadow.
Prepare to be searched.
Oh, great.
Maintain speed and course. No contraband detected.
No contraband
you may
detected.
Proceed.
What happened there? Where did my contraband
It's probably
go?
inside. Oh, well, because it's not enough. It might be. You're only carrying 20 units, so it'd be in your.
Oh, it may be in my
hidden cargo bay. Yeah.
Here are submission-specific hunters.
The next one you get 25.
Will put me
so
in
that
the
might be
black.
There. So why did they? Maybe they were mission-specifically detected at first. Huh.
If anything, this is probably one of the least documented games. I feel like.
Yeah, I'd love to take this apart more.
Because well, I would save it for the summer of the summer is for privateering. The winter is for cold, hard campaigning.
One thing I should do next time we play is stop by, maybe after the Karathi mission, we'll stop by Lynch and get our allegiances fixed up. I didn't even bother to see what was at the nav point. I just ran from it.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
Can't go through your whole life running away from everything.
Except militia. With a gun you charge, with a knife you run. Gun charge, knife run. Thanks, Jimmy. That's really the only quotient that's out of this show.
Repent and accept our righteous judgment.
Oh, good, retros.
I like how instead of just flying through, you're like, no, I need to kill you instead.
I'm not gonna kill that.
No, your retro bloodlust almost came through the surface. You just saw red.
I would have killed him if it was salty. I like killing those salty.
Retro red. Don't bullshit me. I saw that.
What's going on around these parts?
If I hear anything new, you'll be the first to know.
Talk to her.
How you doing?
I
think there is a ship dealer at this one, right? Oh no, last one. Sorry, last mission. That's right.
Nope.
And away we go. It's the life of a drug runner. You're there and you're gone,
Prepare
man.
to be
You're there and
searched.
you're gone.
Maintain speed and course.
Yeah, no, I guess I could just go back the way I came, which is Nexus, right?
Yeah, you're going Nexus, Capella.
Nexus.
No contraband detected. You may proceed.
Nobody wants to talk.
No contraband detected, but you look suspiciously like the person we just chased to this base.
Yeah, the serial number on your spaceship is the same. Everything seems very similar.
It's fine. They're not good cops.
No, they're militia, man. Everybody knows about militia. Let's see. A
Capella system.
They're making pitch perfect 400.
You're about to suck void, buddy.
Then in the crowd. You got a Galaxy help me out. I mean, that's bringing the big guns in. Use my master.
So long, Galaxy friend.
Prepare to be searched.
Marvel's Galaxy
Maintain
Friends, coming to a
speed
theater
and
near you.
course. No contraband detected. You may proceed.
Taking our way.
Back to Sherwood. We're going back to Sherwood, right?
Yes, we are.
Gets to be this time of night, and the orange dots start looking like the red dots.
Yeah, we're outside of the birthday. I forget what our longest one was. I think we just cracked.
We hit 4 once or twice.
Yeah. There was one time we were about an hour and 20 minutes ago at the time of science, and it all exploded when the space-time continued. It's funny though. We were like, oh, okay, so yeah, it's
It did seem like it was going to be a fast episode. It didn't seem like we had that much to talk about.
Oh no, you did a good job just breaking down the. Oh, because Afterburner can sometimes be one of those things where it's 20 minutes or it's an hour. And it's never really
Die by the very
obvious
weapons you
depending on what
adore.
you put in there. But it's the stories.
I hope so. I hope people like that stuff.
That's in my experience. That's usually what people want to do. Teaching class, they don't give a shit about what they're rushing more, but they want to hear about the weird stuff that people do. Although I feel like 3DO nights are always longer, just because even though the missions don't, I don't feel like necessarily take that long. There's just something, I don't know why.
But we did 7 this time instead of 3, so
that's
that ate up more time than we expected.
That's true too. I didn't think of that. And then we had the long bow, whatever. We'll have to see. You have to go back and see if that's like some.
Forget this meet happens. We got no problem.
Why?
Forget this meet happened. We got no problem. I didn't see you, and you're blind. Got it?
So long, hurts. Alright. Oh, great.
Forget this meet happened. We got no problem.
Inside, huh?
You're about to suck void, buddy. Forget this meet happened. We got no problem. I didn't see you, and you're blind. Got it?
Whoa. Oh, right, and all the others become hostile to me again.
Yeah, I would just run to the base. You're fairly close.
Forget this meet happened. We got no problem.
Just like Ben was. Everybody be his friend. Gotta make sure everybody's cool before he goes in, man. We all cool? We're cool, right? It's cool.
Make our shields gooder. Damage is fine. 8,000 kilograms. The one thing the Universal Translator can't translate is the word Kelicam.
I just like this the snap of the wrist though. You saw that asteroid in the corner there, a little too close for comfort.
Now entering an automatic
that was
zone.
That was a asteroid flinch if I've ever seen one.
Excellent work. That last one made a lot of important people happy.
Swell. Then it was all worthwhile.
I do have another run if you're interested.
Let me guess. Brilliant.
Correct. Bring it to Bosk Base in the Pyrenees system. Pyrenees is quite a trip from here, and you'll be compensated accordingly. 40,000. Come back here afterward. Good.
Good. All right. Her last mission. Alright, how do we get to Bosk?
You're gonna go Sherwood to Regulus to Freya to Pyrenees.
To Regulus. Okay.
Regulus. Movement of ja people. You know what I'm saying when I'm in Jamaica?
No.
Yep. Yeah, I'm jamming. I've seen that Chief Wiggum one. Don't you want to jam with you? When I forget which one. One of them shows up with a bag of weed.
Yes, I know that one.
That's a great episode. I don't remember any other part of the episode except the ending. Yeah, I hope you like jamming too. They bring the hookers over. That is such a... Whose house is that they go partying too?
Not sure. I don't remember exactly.
If somebody gets busted for something and they take the house over and then they use it as a party house at the end there.
I hope you've enjoyed this broadcast of Righteous Fire's 4 least essential missions.
Yep. Oh, this is the one. It's the parody of Lassie. It's that one.
Oh, it's the blind guy. The blind guy who takes,
that's right. Yeah,
takes Hansel Helper. Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, that's right. He has the weed for his glaucoma.
Yeah.
That's
right.
That
might go blinder.
Oh,
right.
That's right. That's right. That's right, because Laddie finds the bag of weed. That's right.
For people our age, it's possible to communicate entirely in Simpsons references, I think.
That's right.
You're clear for clicks.
Clear for clicks.
Prepare to be searched.
Whoa,
Maintain
Chief, what's
speed
this? I
and
remember
course.
that now. You're going Regulus, Freya.
Freya, Pyrenees, alright. You know, it's not that
Contraband
much
detected. All units close and terminate.
No, I think you get asteroids in a bunch.
Well, that's no fun. I wonder how Taylor profits on these drugs, because I'm getting a lot more money than I would if I'd simply shipped the drugs there myself and sold them.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a different, maybe you're selling higher quality.
That makes sense.
You're not buying drugs at the commodity exchange. Like you buy your heroin at the liquor store.
Next, I'm gonna have to save up for one of those new Thrustmaster sticks and test it out on here.
Maybe they'll send us one because we're such cool influencers.
Yes, we influence tens of people every week.
That's right. Easy there. Don't make our reach that big. Yep. That'd be bad. I would be. Whoa! You almost paint up that guy. I would be. Yeah, I'm very curious.
Looking sharp.
Even though it's not necessarily that much different from the Warthog in terms of general button setup, I want to say it moves one hat or something. There's a new button, but I forget.
I would be interested, and this isn't specifically Wing Commander related, but I would be interested to see, just do a little survey of what actual military aircraft sticks look like. Let's pull up what the actual F-16, M4, and A-10, see if they actually match the Thrustmaster sticks.
I believe they do. I know the F4 one does.
Traitor to humanity, feel our
F-16,
wrath.
I believe. F-15. I want to say they're fairly close. They might just have different toggles.
Those were automatic retros.
There's nothing quite like it.
Repent and accept our righteous judgment. Repent and accept our righteous judgment.
Show them, demonstrate the resistance of the spring on the F-22. To show them how much pressure it requires to move that SOB around.
It's quite impressive.
Yeah. I can only imagine what that limited edition one is. I'm sure they put like super springs in that
Repent
thing. Like,
and accept our righteous judgment.
Definitely not.
Traitor to humanity, feel our wrath.
Let me guess, I'm coming into an asteroid field.
I would assume so. Yeah, I'm waiting to see a rock. Well, maybe not. You are pretty far away. Those are the enemies, though.
This is your last run.
Ooh, hello.
Oh, and the militia's here to stop me also. So everything's great right now, guys.
Everything's fine.
Of course, I can't run because I got my ass.
No, well, there's a shipyard or a ship dealer there, so don't feel too bad. This is the one base where you finally can repair. Which it looks like
Now entering an automatic landing zone.
Woo! Let's do that repair now.
Yep, let's just get right to it.
Repair all this
Yeah,
stuff.
just send them money, baby. Yeah, it's worth it.
Place some of those missiles.
Chat's good.
And now we need to go back to Taylor, don't we?
Mm-hmm. But then after this, we'll be on to we'll have fully completed all of the fixer options. So everyone, you can see that.
We'll have to go back to Oxford after this too.
And is Taylor even that much more money than the others?
Good to see a friendly ship.
She gave me 40K for that mission.
Yeah, she's 40, 30, 20, 10. Okay, so what's Sandra? She's 10, 10, 10, 10, 20. Okay. I mean, yeah, Talia definitely helps, but yeah, because the rest 10, 20, 30, 50 for Lynn. So I mean, yeah, you could do. Lynn is definitely a better choice in terms of
ease.
Yeah, ease, and then they're all at hers. She has a 50,000 credits, 2 jumps.
We got this sector bottled tight, friend.
Like where this, you're doing this. Geez, your first one was
moving across the hardest part of the map.
Yeah, and you're moving
very
sectors.
You're finished, my boy.
These should even pay more, but I guess at the same time you're running through kind of the black part of the sector where it's you're not going to see a lot of militia at times. It's even the destination system itself.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I would see if she was having to run from say like Sherwood to Detroit or something, then I think it was 80 total. Because that you're going to go through a lot of words.
end the night by killing some stuff.
Big bear bloodlust.
Traitor to humanity! Feel our wrath!
At the nav pointer I am at, it's fight these retros.
Oh yeah, that's changed. So many shows coming up on videos.
That's right. SC55 is the ideal. An SC55 or an SCC1 internal card. A RAP 10 would be great for this. Although I think it's missing a couple drum kits compared to the 55. I've got a 55 over here. I'm actually emulating, but I do have a couple of Roland synths. In fact, I have 3. And you're like, oh, honey, he's teasing you. Nobody has 3 Roland synths.
Clearly, you don't know.
Future preferences, man.
You're finished, flyboy.
But all the time, there's, I can tease now. Yeah, there is.
Yes, there's new Clyde today.
So if you power through this 4-hour program with us, you will be treated to a new Clyde. We'll be remoting in potentially, or even maybe, depending on if you can get time away from the Institute, sitting in the hot seat.
You got Clyde actually did a fantastic interview and probably got today about an interview with the co-writer of the new Star Wars movie. Really nice. So check that out.
Oh, is that him everywhere?
Yes, I guess.
Well, yes, it is the top story right there. Yes, by Silas. But I'm sorry, he's writing under his pseudonym. I see. He's writing under his pseudonym Silas when the real everyone he doesn't like to bring a lot of the Institute, you know, fans and everything rushing the gates. You have to make sure to tell him to pack his Clyde hat because he shows up here with
Traitor to humanity, feel our wrath.
Who? Autopilot never felt so good.
You're finished, flyboy. Catch you on the next run.
You're finished, flyboy. Forget this meet happened. We got no problem. Forget this meet happened. We got no problem. You're about to suck void, buddy. I didn't see you, and you're blind. Got it?
Alright. Everything's fine now. I can't possibly have any problem between now and the station.
Asteroid right up the yellow.
7,000 kilograms.
Closing Moving fast. Wait for it. You are now entering an automatic landing
Now entering
zone.
an automatic landing zone.
They're not my favorite missions.
Great job. You've made my friends on Bosk very happy. Well,
Wait.
that's all the work I have
Last
for you.
week.
Be advised, though, I've got
Oh,
several
where's
contacts who are
where's our
interested in
shitty
your
zones?
exploits. I'll make sure to put in a good word for you.
Great.
No,
Thanks.
that's not it.
All right, we have finished Taylor's missions.
Oh, we used Sharpies. That's maybe? No. I don't know what the hell we did. Oh no, they're right there. I think they're in gray.
Yeah, that's
we are really shitty signatory like that. Though, sure, whatever. What the hell are you doing?
I was just gonna fly because I don't want to have my first thing I do next time be this damn asteroid field
Oh
again.
my god.
I saved the game though in case I can kill myself right now.
Actually, look at you, ride or die, baby, ride or die.
Yeah, we're gonna do this. Leave it to future generations not to be stuck at a pirate base.
Not to be stuck at Tux. Sure would.
That is a sure way to make me not want to play more Rage of Fire for a bit.
Well, those Talia missions really
Looking sharp, Ace.
They're pretty brutal.
They are brutal.
You know, I mean, it's not a bad set, but they're just sucky points.
Separate the men from the boys.
Catch you on the next run. Looking sharp, Ace.
Nexus, and I want to go to Junction. Would that work?
Yeah, because you're going to end up going to Oxford next anyways.
Yeah. Are there a series of military missions I haven't flown yet, or is that later?
I believe that's later after Monty.
After Monty, okay.
Yeah, so you get Terrell after Monty.
What about, is there a series for,
You have 3 series left.
what about, not Terrell Gooden? Is there a Gooden series?
Yeah. We already did Gooden.
Did we do Gooden?
Yeah.
What were her missions?
She was the one, she's at the base in Perry near, isn't she at the base that's right next to Perry? Oh no, that's somebody else at Edom. Gooden is, defend against Karathi attack, Sharon mining base, Hades.
I don't think we've done those.
Did we just do Masterson, Lynn, and Talia? No. Oh, maybe, I guess. It has been a long time.
Well, where is she? Where do her missions pick up?
Oh, Sandra?
Yeah.
She's in Perry.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm pretty near Perry. Why don't I just end up there anyway? We'll check.
Yeah, double check.
And that when next time we
It
start...
looks like, yeah, because she could be, I'm not sure if she's at Perry or one of the other posts.
You're about to suck, boy.
We've done
buddy.
Masterson, we've done Lynn Murphy, we've done Talia, which leaves Gooden, Monty, Terrell, and then the informal. So yeah, I guess we did something good. At least we got Talia out of the way.
One jump from Perry.
You're still being late. You've not got a lot of friendly space.
I noticed I'm encountering retros a lot. I bet they redid the random encounters for Righteous Fire, and we just don't know because we don't have a guide to it. We should figure out how the game stores that information. And
it does deserve a deep exploration.
Stick to established lanes for your own good.
Documentation.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of just the add-ons
Patrol to civilian craft. Keep your distance.
New weapons and everything.
Yeah.
All that. Yeah, you get very little. It's so weird because it's like they just kind of
speed and course for contraband search.
You're gonna stumble around.
No contraband detected. You may proceed.
And eventually land on some of the. I mean, sure. Eventually you're gonna land on Perry or like. I mean, well, maybe not Oxford. I don't know why the hell you'd ever go way over there. It just depends on the type of person you are.
There's a paradigm to the box.
Stick to established lanes for your own good.
Now entering an automatic lens.
I believe we gotta be approaching our longest show ever. We're at 4 hours, 3 minutes.
Alright, we're gonna shut this down in just a moment. Look, there's Gooden.
Okay.
So I'm gonna save Gooden 1.
Give me some Gooden.
Alright, so let's end Righteous Fire for tonight.
That was a double gameplay, a little history.
Wow, it's been quite a while.
Game history lesson at the beginning here.
No dice.
And yeah. And then, it was really the Longbow's fault in the end. It really comes down to the Longbow.
Absolutely,
it was the Longbow's fault.
But I hope everybody enjoyed.
We go
to our ending scene.
It's right there for you.
Right there for us. And of course, I've already drawn the new Roundo base we discovered today.
Well, yeah, we'll have to try to figure out a way to look at
Sign
those.
the flight log if
and
you'd like to.
in some more detail. I'd like to compare them just to see what they chopped off. They did chop off a few parts, it looks like.
And we will be see you next week for the Torgo series, Book Club, the next 3 chapters of Heart of the Tiger. And with that, happy wing commanding. Here is Mr. Clyde.
See ya.
Theoretically.
Hi, I'm Dr. Clyde Burrows from the Omnicron Institute. The guys have rescued space stations all around the galaxy, from Carnarvon to Blackmain. But what is a space station for? In Wing Commander, they act as futuristic equivalent of a military base, full of space fighters to defend the system's civilian population. But the concept of a space station was originally envisioned as a sort of a way station, or a point from which humans would establish themselves outside Earth's orbit to prepare to explore the solar system. The first space station, Salyut 1, was launched by the Soviet Union in 1971 and was soon followed by the American Skylab. Early space stations were put into orbit using heavy lift rockets and stayed in place until their orbits decayed. Today, several nations share the development of the International Space Station, a large modular base which has been constructed over time and can be maintained in Earth orbit indefinitely. See you on the next exciting episode of All Wings Considered.